Oh, Captain, my Captain.
Captain, urgent news from the General.
Why not really blow it up, Captain?
Captain Claw, embarking into hostile environment.
I'm giving her an off. She's caught, Captain.
Captain.
No, Captain. They're alive.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the channel. This is your captain speaking. That's O-Town, and we're going to talk Witcher in depth.
Finally.
First off, I'm going to start by thanking. We got two. Let's fix that. There we go. Big shout out to Matt Rod, O-Town, 619 Sports, Shy Guy for Smash, Greg's, and Bromantic. Thank you guys for your support. And we are there. We're in it. You ready? So let's fix my camera in a little bit for you. All right. Witcher sets.
Mm-hmm.
How do you feel?
Well,
You know what?
how are we gonna do this?
I digress, guys. Because this is gonna be our last Captain's Log of 2024, so I did want to do a slight thing before we start.
Yeah.
So quick thing, year in review for the channel. I figured that's pretty cool to do.
Oh yeah.
So year in review, we have 873 subs. 873 subs. That is exactly a year ago. We have gained 531 subs since exactly a year ago. So
Heck
that's
yeah.
pretty cool.
That's awesome.
Yeah. 126,313 views all time.
126,000.
Yep, views all time, and 97,896 since a year ago. So big increase in the last year.
Yeah, that's awesome.
We have 20,183.7 watch time hours, which is wild.
20,000 hours.
20,183.7 watch time hours all time. 16,564.5 in the last year.
Really?
16,000. Yeah.
So last year, this
Last year is when we started doing.
We
it
started
every Thursday.
Yeah, we got consistent.
Really consistent. And then we have 163 videos all time. I could not find the other metrics on that. Didn't have time. I've been watching Levi all day. But I'm not sure how many videos I put out in the last year. Including streaming.
Probably
A massive amount.
probably more than half, I would say.
Right. I based on the math on everything else, I want to say at least a third. Is that crazy?
Well, how long has the channel been alive?
Since March 21st, 2023.
So this is really we haven't even been around for 2 years.
Correct.
So it would say this year would be more than half the videos.
Yeah.
Should be. We should have done at least 80 videos this
Well,
year.
so if so, in next March, right? By next March, that will be 2 years.
But next March will be 2 years.
And it's January, February, March. So 3 months away will be. I guess actually 4 months since you're counting December 21st, right? So December. I'm not sure. You guys know.
I don't know.
Anyways, awesome growth. Really
Yeah.
excited for the future. Thank you guys for subscribing. Thanks for watching. And there's so much content up here that I want to get on videos.
Yep. We have a lot more.
We just can't.
Yeah.
We can't. That Witcher segment. Oh, Tom, I don't know if you saw how many times I thanked you. You probably didn't. You missed it. Thank you for playing all those Witcher games.
Oh, dude.
We grinded out some Witcher games.
You know what's so funny, though? We didn't play it as much as we wanted to.
We wanted to play it so much more.
But we have had so much
funny.
traveling, both of us, and just so much going on that it's been hard to find time.
Yep.
So, yeah, there's a lot more content that we want to do.
Also, for the channel, we got first sets sent. Restoration Games sent the Witcher sets, which was a miracle.
Thank you so much again.
Miracle. They included us in the reveal, sent the sets. Dream come true.
It's just really cool.
I think I probably literally cried multiple times. I'm not joking.
Yeah.
So awesome. And then we got just the partnership with BattleBrushPaints.com, painting the sets. Beautiful,
Awesome
sets.
Oh my
Beautiful
gosh.
painting
Such
jobs.
good job.
Just
Dude.
makes me excited to play every time.
Eredin.
Eredin,
I literally-
Leshy, please show me Leshy.
Yeah,
you can't
Leshy.
talk about Eredin without talking about Leshy. You know,
The two coolest looking minis of all time.
this makes you want to cry.
Oh my gosh. I literally almost cried when I saw Eredin. It was so beautiful.
Dude, I was shocked. Okay, and then we have MW Prince Shop from Etsy sent the dials for our deck.
It's awesome.
Our deck
They're
house.
very helpful.
It's super helpful.
Very
I'm assuming
helpful.
you guys love it. No one's ever mentioned having it.
Yeah.
They mentioned not having it. It's kind of like editing. You know, a really good editor, you don't praise the editor, but you definitely know when there's a bad editor.
Yeah.
Because if the editor's doing their job, things are good. So shout out to that one as well. Yeah, it's been a really cool year. We got Sean, Dr. Beardface, and we have Anraksha in the chat.
I think in the past year too, also just another shout out, I guess, to Restoration Games for the quality of set as well.
Yes.
Has gotten so much higher.
Yep.
Involving the community in playtesting and, focus grouping for sets and stuff has really improved.
Yeah.
And
Agreed.
the game has grown so much. So it's been the best. I think the best sets have probably come out in the last year.
Yeah, let's. Because
It's Tales to Amaze.
Well, so when did this year? If we're talking, if we're going back a year, so December.
December of
so
last.
it's all
yeah.
2024, right?
Yeah.
What sets came out in 2024? Let's look at that. Because we had
Tales to Amaze, I'm pretty sure came out like around this time last year. Like Tesla and Golden Bat and Annie and Jill came out, I think, around like either November or December of last year.
right, and that was a Kickstarter.
That was huge.
That was huge when that came out. That was game changing.
Yeah.
Because of
How good they are.
how good the fires were and what everything
Yeah.
introduced.
Yeah.
And because of that, we got or getting TMNT.
More Kickstarter, which
I cannot.
it's going to be so awesome.
I cannot wait.
And there's so much stuff. They're doing so much like promo, like art and
Yep.
stuff, which I love.
54 cards or so.
Yeah, which is so cool.
All
Love it.
the duplicate minis, so that we can have multiple scenarios where you're like, all right, Geralt's in his bathtub because now we get to have any scenario you want for the turtle sets. It's gonna be so fun.
So did Sun's Origin?
Witcher, Slings and Arrows,
Slings and Arrows, amazing.
incredible. Right before Slings and Arrows was
Sun's? Is Sun's Origin? I think March of this year.
I think that was Suns, right?
I want to say it was either. I want to say
That's-
very
that was
early this year,
incredible.
which is really good, really fun.
That's if that's right, if that's the right order.
I can't remember if Sun's Origin came out before or
Sun
after.
Origin came out last spring, I think. So that would be
March.
within the last year.
Yeah, ish.
I feel like it'd be on Wiki. Someone's probably got a Wiki page, right, where we can see all that.
Yeah. But anyways, I just wanted to mention that
Yeah, quality.
we
of
have
sets
seen quality of
has
sets just continually rising.
Absolutely.
Um,
Sets. Okay, so here we go. Oh, this is not in order.
Sorry, I'm
This
eating
is
gummy
this is
butterflies.
it's listed as 4 character sets, 3 character sets, 2 character sets, single character sets. That's give us the year. Give us the year they came out. That's okay.
It's okay. But we know these are the. I do think Slings and Arrows is probably the most hype that has ever happened for a set. Witcher was huge. Witcher was a lot of hype,
Witcher.
but I think Slings and Arrows
Slings and Arrows had
was
a lot of
insane. The hype was
hype
crazy.
because, again, I think the community as a whole really gravitates towards unlicensed IPs because you're getting this really creative take on something that we don't already have. It's like reading a book for the first time. You get to create the characters in your mind, kind of thing. So you have this really creative take that is not elsewhere, and then it's cheaper to buy.
And they're just more universally, you look at The Witcher, and if you've played The Witcher, you're very excited. If you haven't played The Witcher, you're less excited.
or if you've not seen The Witcher. Right. The IP, you're either going to go in for it, or you're going to be like, I don't care about that IP, so I don't really want it. Which has been my conversation with a lot of people that about The Witcher.
I think, though, it will get people into the show or to the games, for sure.
You're at least intrigued.
I'm replaying Witcher 3 now.
Cool. Witcher 4 is coming out. I
know.
I saw a thing for that.
Oh, I'm so excited.
So Poindexter says, I think Tales to Amaze is the best set for someone getting into Unmatched. 4 solid fighters and you get co-op.
Yep, yes, I agree. Still agree.
I believe that Turtles will be that next set.
I don't know.
You don't think so?
Because of Mikey, potentially, and potentially Leo.
Sure. I agree. I agree because that's right. Because Golden Bat, Andy Christmas, Jill Trent, Tesla, right? It sort of ramped up in difficulty. And you could have like, oh, you're new to games. Well, why don't you take Golden Bat or or Andy Christmas is a little trickier, but like that makes sense. Okay,
but they're still their ceilings are very high. You can be very creative with all 4 of them, and do very cool things. But their mechanics overall are fairly straightforward and easy to understand.
Yeah,
Jill, probably the least straightforward, but still pretty. Like, not too difficult.
She's at least straightforward because every game with her, you are going to get close to death. And if you didn't get close to death, you probably lost badly. Which doesn't make any sense.
My opinion of Jill has just continued to climb.
All right, Beardface gave, I think he's got the answer here. March 2024, Slings and Arrows. January 2024, Sun's Origin. August 2023, Adventures.
Unmatched Adventures.
Wait, that comment just disappeared.
I don't think that's correct.
I think he deleted the comment. So
yeah,
I was reading it, and then as I was reading, he's like,
I think it was shifted a little bit. Shifted by a few months.
Yeah, something in there wasn't right. If you get it for us, guys, we'll read it. We'll read it out loud because we are interested. Okay.
Anyways, so
Witcher.
Finally,
guys, Witcher. We can't wait to talk about Witcher, but we also can't wait to Captain's Log, as you can tell. We haven't Captain's Log in a long
months.
Time. Months.
I love Captain's Logs.
I do too.
So
we just get to talk about Unmatched.
Yeah.
So, Witcher, questions we have to talk about at some point in this conversation. Who's your favorite?
Yep.
Who's the strongest?
Yep.
Who's the weakest? Who's your least favorite? Right? Got to cover all ends of that.
Mm-hmm.
Favorite map, least favorite map.
Okay.
Which map is going to be most played? Like competitively?
Definitely. Well, let's talk about that.
Maps right away?
Let's talk about maps right away, because I think the fighters are going to be more fun to talk about.
Okay.
But maps are going to be interesting.
Okay.
So
they can see this here. So
okay, perfect. So
this is the Fairlund Forest.
Fairlund Forest.
We also have. I'm going to show you all 3, so you know what we're talking about. This is the streets of Novigrad, and the light is getting that reflection. I got to fix that for you, fellers.
I love this map so much.
I don't know why you do.
I don't know either. It's just is
It speaks to you?
It's just good. It's just good. I like how it feels very much like an actual city where there's different sections, right? There's like fairly large zones, but each, the different sections of the city are kind of partitioned off, and you've got hard zone cutoffs for the most part. A little bleed here, but that's it, and a little bleed here. Everything else, though, it feels like city center, the gate, the entrance to the city, and then you've got like a different section, and then like a rural section here.
Yeah.
Which I think is very like thematic. It feels very much like a city, kind of laid out where there are different like boroughs of the city.
As of right now, this is my least favorite of the sets.
Really?
Yeah, but I also think I've always lost here. And you've always won here, which is probably why it's your favorite.
You like to abuse maps more than I do.
You're right. This is just a little basic little...
It's just very basic, but I like it.
That's exactly
because there's nothing for you to exploit.
You're right. So, but it's not even like it's... Is it the next like...
It's definitely the next Sunnydale, I think, because
it's pretty large though. Like from corner to corner, we're talking.
So is Sunnydale, but it's also very friendly, I think, for both ranged and melee fighters, because no zone, even though there's hard zone cutoffs, you're never really that far. You can position to where you're just outside the zone, you know, kind of like what am I thinking of? Where you can always get, if you're a melee fighter, right, and you're having to approach a ranged fighter. Nobody likes that scenario, but that's usually the scenario.
Unless you're melee.
Well, unless you're both melee. I'm saying melee is usually approaching ranged.
Oh, unless you're ranged.
Sure, unless you're both ranged. But either way...
No, okay. I'm saying you like it if you're ranged in that scenario.
You do like it if you're ranged.
Okay, carry on.
And I think you like this map a good amount if you are ranged because you have these zones that you can kind of sit in and control. But it's also not too... you know, you can get very close as a melee fighter if they're hiding out in purple or green.
And like yellow,
you can get
zone
here.
Cutoffs here. It's all hard zone cutoffs. It's an interesting one.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's yeah, I like it.
Okay.
It's not too melee
for
heavy.
some reason the
laminate has curved that.
Yeah, I don't know why I don't know how it's possible, but they did it. So are we talking about every map? Because I thought we were just gonna do a little. This is Naglfar, okay, and then we have Kaer Morhen. So let's talk about Secondly, let's talk about Fairland Forest.
We already talked about streets.
We did.
Pretty much.
So Fairland Forest is one of my favorite maps from the set, if not my favorite map from the set.
Same.
It's very good, very fun, and
ranged and melee friendly.
Ranged melee friendly. You got a single, solo.
Such an interesting thing to play around.
You have another pocket there, sneaky pocket, right there.
Yep.
And the spacing, you can be pretty close to the start, but it's kind of far. It's range friendly and melee friendly, and it's kind of like you said, like the whole section thing. It's still got the whole section feel. And then light blue is a weird one. Look at that.
There's some very weird
cut
groupings.
Off in between light blue, which is interesting.
Yeah, some very, very weird groupings of zones. Also, like this little channel here of rock stretches just like a line here, and I don't know. It's a very weird zone layout, but makes it so that I think you can position pretty well for fatigue if you have to, but it's not such abusive fatigue positioning that it ruins the game. Or not ruins, but makes the game unfun or unfair.
Yeah.
You can, I think, still do it, but you're not going to be, you won't be caught out of position as much, I think. Like, caught to where, you mispositioned and now you're going to have to boost for your last boost 3 or your last boost 4 or whatever you may have.
Right. It is tighter.
It's tighter, but it's not so tight that you feel overwhelmed. You can create distance, and this as well, a solid like retreat spot for a melee fighter who is having to deal with pressure from these tempo-based range fighters that we have now. I don't know. I like it a lot where you can back off, but you're never quite, it does incentivize combat. It's tight enough to where there's going to be good action throughout the course of a game.
Yeah. And it's like the pockets are here. It's not like a pocket and then a pocket over here. Like Raptor Paddock where you got this and then this and you can go back and forth. And it's not as tight as Raptor Paddock. It feels like for me this would be like the next Sunny. Well, it's still got that pocket. So
these here are the great equalizers.
Yeah, it's interesting. I like it a lot. Very fun. Haven't really begun to play it at all with other fighters, so we'll have to figure that out as we do that. We'll talk about this one last.
Yeah, man.
Kaer Morhen. This map, I'm interested in seeing who loves this map, like both players and fighters. Like, so there's gonna be some players that will just love it and they'll have reasons. I am not there yet. I don't know who excels on this map, if anyone does at all. Besides, Yennefer with the 4, right? Okay, that could be Yennefer. Maybe
Sinbad.
Maybe Miss Marvel. Maybe Sinbad. Right. So, as of right now, though, I don't know who wants it, who's gonna like it, and what it benefits anyone in any way. Like, it just feels, and there's so many circles. I don't know if this has like the most circles, the most spots and spaces in any map, but it might have the most spaces.
More than Memorial? Memorial might not even have more. I think
I'm saying it might have more. I don't know how many Memorial has.
Sarpedon has a lot.
This feels like the most I've ever seen.
It does feel very there's so many right here, and then the 4 zones, the quad zones.
I wasn't saying the zone thing. I'm saying the actual spaces, the number of circles.
I know. I'm just saying they're squeezing so many into this space. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So there is but these are interesting as well. Miss Marvel, I do think this is a pretty solid, potentially a pretty decent Miss Marvel map because of all of these, right?
Yeah. What happens if you just stand there, though, against her, or there? Yeah, if you're there, then you
just stand there.
You just literally stand there, never move, and she will never get anything off on you ever.
Yeah, never.
I mean, she'll get her movement, her momentous, but she'll never get the other stuff. So that's sad.
Yeah, never mind. You totally just debunked everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I loved Miss Marvel when she came out. She was like,
yeah.
I don't know if you remember, but like I was like, all right, she is top, like 15,
top 10. Yeah.
I was really on the Miss Marvel train, and then we started playing her, and I was like, oh my gosh, while she's really good in that set and stuff, but she is so the whole set is so map dependent. You can just go, oh, I'll just stand there, and then you will not win. And that there's too many maps to even mention that with, and I don't want you guys to know about them.
Don't want to go around about it.
Anyways,
Valley
fun
Game's
map,
still good.
definitely a fun map. It has one-way things, which is interesting. That makes it already maybe like a not as good T-Rex map, but also maybe T-Rex doesn't care at all. Who knows? Speaking of T-Rex, any other thoughts on this map?
I feel like it is pretty decent for T-Rex. Also, because of just ripple spots. There's so many ripple spots that are, you can get anywhere.
Ripple spots.
But it's big. It's fairly large.
I haven't marked it. We need to once they come out on TTS and stuff, and we know the T-Rex spots. I feel like we'll have some here, probably there.
Definitely here.
A couple spots. Wait, if this is a T-Rex, oh no, you can still single travel it. Okay, yeah, no worries. All right, so speaking of T-Rex, T-Rex can use the doors on this map.
I guess that the boat is bigger than we thought.
The boat is bigger than we thought. I don't know what exactly.
The T-Rex can use it?
T-Rex can use the doors. Everybody, you heard it here.
But you can't be here. Right? You can't be like that, right?
That'd be impossible.
Right.
I think.
But you can go. You could boost through it.
If it can be this, then you would only be able to play on Vorpal board. So it can't be that.
No, it can't.
It would have to be that if you walk through, you go like this. Now I'm there.
Yeah.
So you lose your tail, basically. It's basically like traveling onto a space that has the... Yeah, that's all it is. This line here has no T-Rex second spacer, you know what I'm saying? So
yeah. Now you're just here.
Yep.
Sure.
You're on orange, you go...
Now you're just...
Yep.
There.
Yeah. So, but that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Pretty interesting. And also the Raptors probably love this map. So this is probably the dinosaurs' best maps. One of the best maps for dinosaurs, both of them. Which makes Raptor Paddock and this map. T-Rex might be coming back. If you can get map, I don't know if there's enough bands to stop T-Rex.
Well, you still need map,
and
but
you gotta go second, but it's all right. Anyways,
yeah.
Anyhoozle, that's interesting, right? You go 1. Oh, that's cool.
But here's what's really cool.
Boom, 1. If you're there, I can attack you.
Yeah, isn't that crazy?
That's nuts.
Here's what's really crazy.
Boost for 1, you can attack there.
You go second. I ripples.
Oh, check ripples. Sorry, I forgot.
Ripples. I'm adjacent to you. Or boom, ripples. I'm already, you start here, ripples here. I'm adjacent to anybody here. I ripples. Boom, I'm adjacent to anyone in orange. Yeah, it's really good. Cool. I do think this is going to be a melee fighters.
Oh yeah, you start there. You go. Oh my gosh, there's so many.
You can't do that, but you can.
No. You start here and you go for a single maneuver, and now you can ripples anywhere. No, you wouldn't maneuver then. Whatever. You would want the one card, the closer then, and then ripples. Closer ripples would be a disgusting combo on this map. All right, let me read the comments real quick. We got a lot of them. So, okay. I cannot stress how Jazz aim for TMNT. Unraksha, Beardface. Sean says, August 2023 Adventures.
Feels early.
Really? Was that when it was backed, or was that when it was shipped? That might have been when the Kickstarter ran, and then we got it in 20... No, that's probably right. That sounds right. That sounds right. I think so. Yeah.
I feel like we didn't start playing it though until like November.
I don't remember.
I don't know.
January 2024,
Sun's
Origin. March 2024, Slings and Arrows. Looked it up. Cool. Thank
Really?
you. So that means
It feels early.
in the last year, it's only been Sun's Origin and Slings and Arrows. But then we did the Kickstarter for TMNT. We had the Witcher announcement and pre-order happen, and then the announcement that Ollie Bruce is coming out.
Right.
That's why it felt kind of packed, even though it wasn't that much actual. Interesting. TMNT, Poindexter said TMNT is probably the most hyped licensed set. Marvel was a bit mixed. There's a lot of people that were done with Marvel. Jurassic Park was anticipated very well. Yeah, I agree. I think most hyped TMNT by far. And I loved Marvel. I love the Marvel sets. I love the token maps. I know a lot of people that don't, and I know a lot of people that didn't like the fighters in some certain ways. I thought they did a great job with all of it, and absolutely loved it. And they're super fun. Now, as more sets come out, they'll be bumping down.
Sure.
Because these sets keep getting better and better and better and better and better. We'll find out. And then Jurassic Park I loved. I don't care that
I love Jurassic Park.
because we own all of it. We are going to be less affected by like the in the box experience. So like,
Sure.
of course, the in the box experience for Rex and Sattler was a bad.
Is a little bit
time.
lacking.
A lot lacking.
Yeah.
But guess what? That's 2 of our 50 whatever fighters, and I love them both.
Yeah.
All right. Witcher is just a bit more niche, and a lot of people aren't familiar with it. As Poindexter, Sean said, uninterested. Okay, blah 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 blah. How about the Weird Sisters? Okay, deck design. Awesome. All right. So ranking the maps. Give me your one. Oh, favorite map first. Favorite map of the 3. Pick one. You gotta pick one.
Favorite map is probably Fairland Forest.
Okay.
But I do think that Neglifar will be the most played of them for sure, because it's so good for your move to melee aggro fighters.
Okay, and then least favorite.
Least favorite is probably Kaer Morhen, just because it's a little weird and we haven't quite figured it out yet.
Okay.
But it's still good.
And least played.
Least played,
Mm-hmm.
probably Kaer Morhen also.
Okay, I agree with the last 2, I believe. Least played Kaer Morhen because of how tricky it is. I think that this is going to be one of the least played as well.
Really?
Because it will always be banned.
Ah,
Because it will be like
it's a better Solomon.
it's a Solomon's, it's
Well,
a Baskerville,
sort of.
it's a Raptor Paddock.
Well, here's the thing though. The Solomon's is so good for ranged, right?
Hey Courtney, can you make sure that Levi's not asleep yet? He hasn't said goodnight to me yet. I want to make sure I get to hug him.
Hi, Courtney.
So I'm
this
guessing
is-
it's gonna be banned a lot. It'll be banned a lot.
I mean, maybe though, because Solomon's Mine still is better for ranged. This is a lot worse for ranged.
This is a melee
melee map.
and multi-fighter map.
So, like, other melee map, Heorot. Heorot's never banned unless you're going.
Because Hera has the doors and people don't want to worry about the doors. They don't want to think about the doors.
I definitely do. If I'm melee into ranged, I want to think about the doors.
Of course. If you're melee into range, you want it.
And you get map. You go here, or you go Heorot, or the potentially Baskerville.
We're adding 4 new maps. We are soon approaching 4 map bans in competitive play.
Yeah, probably. And
More
with
new
that
maps.
too, like I could definitely see Fairland Forest being played a lot as well.
I can see Fairland Forest. So I would say that these more neutral maps will be more played than than the spicy maps. I think that this is going to be a lot more fighters' favorite map, a lot more players' favorite map, but also more banned. And then this will be niche, gimmicky, potentially awesome, but in due time. This might be like the raft. No one was on the raft for almost a year. It felt like, don't play the raft, don't touch the raft. I love the raft.
We play the raft a lot.
Play it now. I play it all the time.
Great.
It's great. And because there's certain situations we play enough, where we're like, oh, there's certain situations where I really want the raft because 2 starts far away from 1, and this, whatever reasons. So it could be the raft. We'll find out.
I do like it. I think it's a decent map, but yeah.
Cool. So maps, out of 10, what are you giving it?
Just overall for the sets?
Overall, out of 10.
I'm going to give them like probably a solid 8.
Yeah, I like that.
Solid 8, just because Naglfar is so interesting, the mechanic. I love Fairland Forest. I think it's just as a Sunnydale type map. Like, it's going to be one of those I think that you have to have. And then Novigrad is just cool. I like it. It's a fun map. And then the Kaer Morhen is like interesting design and potentially ways that you can abuse it. But not really. There's so many connections to those one-way spaces.
Right.
Raptor Paddock is far more like abusive if you're really using those, like pushing them into the pit. Doesn't feel like you can do that quite as much with Kaer Morhen because there's so many connections to all the spaces.
Right, exactly. Yeah, there's no shenanigans really with it. It's just kind of like,
which is a point for and against it.
Exactly. Yeah. If you're not special, if everyone's special, no one is, and if you can always get there, then no one can ever get away. Anyway, I'd say I think 8's probably a fair one. I don't want to go too high because I don't want to like discourage them from going better with maps. Okay.
Sure.
I want to envision that there's a 10 out there. I want to envision if that's an 8. I want to envision there's an 11 out there. You know what I'm saying? So
I mean, what is Sunnydale a 10?
No.
Sunnydale's probably an 8 or 9.
No. Sunnydale and Bronze would be 6 for me. They are so. They're just like.
What's a good?
They're good. The best.
Your best map is Hell's Kitchen.
Hell's Kitchen is my favorite map.
Yeah.
Marvel for me, not like, are just awesome, super fun. Raptor Paddock, super fun.
Yeah.
The super fun ones that are not like broken. Okay, the 2 broken, Solomon's Mine and Yukon. Those can be way more frustrating for a lot of people. I still love Solomon's Mine.
Yeah.
Yukon, not as much. But I'm all about the tokens. Give me token maps all day. Those would be my favorite maps. I thought Azuchi Castle would be an interesting one. Don't play it very much, but it's very interesting.
It's weird. It's very weird. I have taken people there in tournament before, and it throws them off because they're like, nobody plays Azuchi.
Exactly. It's always good. That's one of the things. It's nice to play maps that no one else plays, which is why we could be playing Kaer Morhen very soon. If no one plays Kaer Morhen and you are an expert at Kaer Morhen, that will give you a little edge potentially. All right. Kaer Morhen has that space on the left with 8 connections. 8. Yes. Yeah. The
It's Electra's best map.
Squirrel Girl's best map.
No, Squirrel Girl doesn't.
Squirrel in each one.
It's still too big.
You get them in that little spot somehow.
It's too big.
And then you just.
Squirrel Girl's best map. Naglfar.
For sure.
Naglfar.
Squirrel Girl's favorite map. It's a lot of people's favorite map. Yeah. It's so small, and I'm glad that we've got another small map because we need it. We need more small maps
equalizers
for the fighters that like that's their biggest weakness. Cloak and Dagger's best map.
Probably, yeah. Well, Hanging Gardens still, if you can go first, but
Correct.
You'll never get to go. You'll never do that.
You'll never do that, right? So,
unless somebody picks Hanging Gardens for some reason against you, and then you say, "Okay, I'll go
But this
first."
one you can pretty easily swing the adjacency thing, you know, like, yeah, it's pretty cool. All right,
Yeah.
Witcher fighters.
Witcher fighters.
Before, sorry. We're
Oh.
gonna go to one of our questions from Matt Rod.
Ooh.
The Camo Crockpot.
Okay.
So his question was, he's got 2 questions, and we're gonna do one first. We're actually gonna do the second one that we were gonna get to if we did enough time. So we're definitely gonna do that one as well. What map mechanics
Mechanics.
do we want to see? Yeah. What map mechanics do we want to see in future sets? Going off of this map thing we just talked about. What are some things you want to see? I have ideas. And I actually already pitched it to Justin. And he's like, oh, that's pretty interesting. So there's a couple options. One is a map where everybody's boost value is +1. So thematically, it would be either space. I don't know if that word is, maybe it's the opposite. Maybe everyone's boost value is lower than 1, but something like that, where it's like maybe you're in like the underwater or something. I don't know, in a wind tunnel. It doesn't matter. Okay, everybody's boost value is +1. That'd be very cool. You could have maps where it's speed boosters. You know, like in the racing games where you have, like, you're driving, everyone's going straight, and then there's a little ramp, speed boost, right? Maps with that. So instead of like a hanging guard is +1, that it's like maybe it moves you quicker. I don't know how it would work. All right, that's an idea.
So
the +1 boost one I love because of She-Hulk, Black Panther, right? All these fighters that would be like crazy with.
Just it's just an ongoing effect where all boost values are higher. Even if you take something from their deck.
Whatever it is, every boost value in every scenario, in every instance is +1.
So Yennefer is even stronger.
Yennefer is even stronger.
Houdini
is even stronger.
Black Panther is stronger, but
even stronger.
But it's not.
Lady Justice is even stronger.
Lady Justice. I'm defending for 12.
Do it.
Or no, defending for 10 would be the highest you could do.
Yeah, it would be
boost 4 +1.
Yeah, the 4, and unless you're playing against. I've given you this trivia before. What's the highest boost value in the game? It's not 4. Come on,
what the heck? Highest boost on the game is not 4.
When I tell you the value, you'll know exactly who it is. It's not 5.
Just wait a second. It's Deadpool. It's Deadpool.
It's a 6.
That's why
So you steal his Deadpool 6. It's a +1, which makes it a 7 times 2. You block it for 14. You're fine.
What are you doing with Black Panther?
All right. Yes, exactly. Black Panther,
my gosh.
The dream.
Yeah.
So you take his 6. And I'm sure he's got a 4 in there too. I don't know. You take his boost 4. Take his boost 6. Okay. You boost it twice, so you're getting the +1. So that's 2. That's 12. Plus your attack of 3. That is a 15. And you'll still die in fatigue.
You'll still die in fatigue.
So.
And you'll get Wukonged. You'll get golden chainmailed.
Oh my gosh. Yeah.
Although against Deadpool that wouldn't happen. Or you get fainted.
Speaking of boost, do you have a mechanic that you're interested in?
Yes. Oh yeah.
Because Geralt would also just go to town.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Anyways, I think floor is lava would be really cool. So like there are
spots you can't go and you'll die.
There's sections of the map which are either they slow you down, or you get pushed there and you take damage, like prickle bushes or lava or actual.
So
lava
basically just maps, but with permanent
webs, dune traps,
permanent ooze
from thing.
I like it.
I think it'd be kind of cool because then like an offensive skirmish now is way stronger.
Fighters that can move opponents now becomes very, very crazy. It can't be instant death. It can't be an actual.
No, it can't be you fall in lava and you just die.
Here, buddy.
Hey, buddy. What are you looking at?
He's just working with the TV over there. Come here.
Bye, buddy.
Hope you find your dad. Hey, actually, speaking of hoping you find your dad, Levi, listen to Mom. Alrighty. Hey, give me a hug. I love you, buddy. I know. I love you. Get some good sleep, okay?
Night, buddy. Okay, bye.
So, it is. He went down at 1. Did not fall asleep until 2:45. He was just in his crib, just playing, reading books. I went in there, did all the things.
Yeah.
But it's like we have a mutual agreement now where it's just like, I'm not gonna get you out of there. but you go to sleep when you're tired. And then he woke up at 5:30.
Ooh, so he's
which was good
not
because he got a
tired.
nice 3-hour whatever nap.
But he's not tired.
But he is not tired, so we're trying to do bed, which is usually his bedtime's like 8:30.
But now it's
Which is why the whole streaming thing's weird at 8:30. But
yeah.
9:20, he still's not down. He's probably not tired at all. Like,
Yeah.
So I took him out. We went walking around the neighborhood, looked at Christmas lights and stuff. For you without kids, I'm sorry. For you with kids, you know what I'm talking about. Okay, let's see what they say. Unmatched getting a lot of comments. See, I picture a map with certain spots that do that for maneuvers, like hanging gardens with high ground. Yeah, like speed boosters. I think that's what you're saying. I agree with that.
If you start in this space, add +1 to your maneuver or something.
Yeah.
Like spaces
Which
that
is-
are golden or something.
Yeah, that's cool. I like that.
Rainbow Road from Mario.
Yeah. Yes. It's literally what I said.
Is it what you said?
No.
Literally?
No, I said racing games where you get speed boosters.
Oh, okay. Then yes, it is what you
just
said.
made a very good connection for it. And then spikes move into the space, get pinged. Yeah, 1 damage.
Yeah.
It would be awesome. It'd be really fun. It would be cool to give all fighters certain things that, like, if there were maps that every fighters would have like the best time ever. Like somehow there's a map that King Arthur loves more than anybody else. You know, like that, where who knows what that would be.
Boost values +1 would be awesome.
There you go. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, where everybody has a good time. Okay.
Magical Fantasyland where nothing can be canceled. That'd be so crazy.
And it's called Magical Fantasyland.
Yeah.
Wow.
That'd be such an interesting...
No feints at all. So that makes Bigfoot's deck awful.
Yeah.
Because it's just 5
Just
useless
solid
cards.
values.
No. 3 2s that do nothing.
Yeah, and then 3 blank 3s.
And 2 3s that do nothing.
And then all of a sudden Dracula is now the most meta fighter.
Interesting. I like that world. That's an interesting
It's
world.
very interesting.
Where nothing is feintable.
Luke Cage
Ever.
just has
Houdini goes to town.
Medusa.
Well, she had to win combat.
She had to win combat.
Okay. All right. Witcher.
Yeah.
So that tackles that question. Bring the fighters out here. Let's get the fighters here. Let's get their. By the way, guys, I have a nice new tuck boxes that are slightly larger, which is nice. And they fit everything, so I'm very, 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 very excited about that. Look at those tuck boxes; they're so pretty.
They are so nice. Oh my gosh.
Okay,
Guys,
so
you don't have any idea how annoying it was to take those cards out of the thing every single week.
see that now it's like, oh, you're playing this person. Here you go.
It's one package.
Isn't that incredible?
It's amazing.
Isn't it good? I'm glad that you like.
Guys, I love how excited we are about a box. Literally
Yeah.
the first
Yeah.
tool a man
You should hear
ever
what
used.
Courtney was so mad at me. She's like, "Oh, you found like it's not what she said, but it's basically was like, oh, you found another way to spend money on the game." It's like Courtney, yes, it's worth every penny.
It's worth everything.
Okay, where do we want to start? Do you have an idea? Where do you want to start with this? Because it's a lot of ways we could do this.
Ooh. Do we want to start at the bottom and then move up to as far as who we think is better, or do we want to save that for tier list happy fun time?
No, we can talk about we can give our assessments right now, because when the tier list video comes out, which we haven't done yet, it will be in the future. Who knows how long away? I don't know how long. Hopefully not too long, because it's for 2024. But we'll have hopefully played these
A little bit more.
and that we'll still change our thoughts on them. So weakest.
Leshen for sure.
Yeah.
It's definitely Leshen.
It's not definite Leshen, but probably Leshen.
It's probably Leshen.
Yeah. I do believe it is Leshen. Because of the defensive thing.
Yeah.
Because of the defense. So, okay, let's talk about Leshy then.
Let's talk about it.
Leshy Town.
Here, I'll just move the boxes out of the way now.
So, Lesh.
The best looking mini of all time, probably.
Oh, yeah. Leshy. That's tall. It's beautiful. let's go here again. And I might want to... What does this look like? Oh, he's too tall. He's so angry. Let's get rid of the filter here. So... Okay, wait a second. Sorry, guys. Yeah, okay, so he's super fun.
Yes.
First off, there's not a single... Before we even start, every single fighter...
This is the
top
best...
15
This is
fun,
the best
at
design
least.
set. Probably hands down.
That's another question. Is like, where does the set rank? But we can get there at the end. Let's get there at the end.
Sure. But as far as fun and incentivizing interaction,
correct.
It's the best.
Which is definitely a big part of making a thing fun. Is there he is? Look at him, guys.
Yeah.
I don't know what's happening with our front door, but it's going. They're going nuts.
Low on battery, I guess. Something like that.
The sets absolutely encourage interaction.
Yes.
And
not quite the number of I don't know, getting close to the number of options of slings and arrows, where slings and arrows is like a thinking gamer's heyday.
That's right.
This is one step below that, where
without as much thinking.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's still very high ceilings for all of these fighters. I think pretty high ceiling. And to play well, it requires expertise, but they're not as tech heavy as I would say the slings and arrows fighters.
It doesn't require as much work.
Yes,
work
is better.
There's not a single one of these fighters. I legitimately, and we did this the other day. I was playing, and I legitimately was like, I don't want to play the sisters right now.
Which is crazy.
I'm too tired. To play them.
Yeah.
Too tired to play. So like if
Shakespeare.
Yes, but also he's so fun. Sister's also super fun. The sister, like if you want to actually try to win a game, you will need your brain for Shakespeare, and you will need your brain for the sisters.
Yes.
And you'll need your brain for Hamlet. Turn 1 Hamlet. Well, if you wanted to analyze to get the best move turn 1 for Hamlet, you would sit there all day.
Yep.
And you would never have an answer.
Titania.
The Witcher sets.
Even
Titania. Still, but
less.
it's a less because you're sort of you're on
like,
rails because you're
okay.
like, this is what I can do. And what's exciting is this is what I'm going to do now, and then and like you the whole game's changing the whole time. It's a different journey. Witcher is
it's a good mix.
It's a really good mix. It's definitely a lot of choice, way thinkier than a lot of the previous sets.
Rewards, solid strategy, thinking,
Definitely.
But also the fighters themselves are just tuned to survive in the current meta.
Yep.
So sorry to cut you off, but they're like we would rank them, I would say on average, probably on a similar level to Tales to Amaze.
With
just in terms of
in strength?
Yeah, the average strength of the fighter in the set is probably similar to Tales to Amaze, which Tales to Amaze is very high. Yeah. You agree?
We're talking about how good they are.
Just generally, the fighters are like strong enough to where even if you're not thinking or playing quite as optimally, they're still going to be solid because they're just, their values are good, their mechanics are strong.
Yeah.
Even Leshen, like Leshen's weakness, obviously, like we talked about, he's faintless and he's only got 9 defenses in the deck. So you could absolutely get screwed and just not
it's like
draw
how
defense.
many times can he hit you before you just explode?
He is so scary, which he ends up not needing. Well, sometimes. Usually he doesn't end up needing 9 defenses in the course of a game because you do not end in the Leshen zone.
Yeah. So the way that they kind of feel is where they are let's just talk about Leshen.
Yeah.
All right, Leshen.
Yeah.
I would say that Leshen is kind of like...
Yeah, fighters that we think they're like, I actually have that.
Kind of like Bullseye, but way better. Okay, and kind of like Golden Bat, but not as good, but with more more things. Like he's.
I was gonna say She-Hulk. He reminds me a little bit almost of She-Hulk and Medusa.
Okay.
Where if you're gonna approach them, like you have to weigh the cost of approaching the Leshen. Now the problem with the Leshen is that you have to figure out how to get them to approach you or corral them, in which case that's kind of scary because you might be corralling them with the Leshen and the wolves, but you might only have one defense in hand for the Leshen and you're setting up to like just start aggroing them, and it's hard to do.
Yeah. The thought process that goes into playing the Leshen game and playing it well is really fun. It's a really fun experience.
Very, very fun.
And trying to figure out what to do with your wolves and how to use them, where to position. Positioning is massive. Getting your opponent to come in is huge. And because your whole thing is, I want to get 2 attacks off as Leshen.
Yeah.
That's it. I want to get 2 attacks off as Leshen. How can I set that up? Every single game. And he has this weird Luke Cage-esque thing that happens with Strength of the Pack. Well, that's not. Sorry, guys. That was awkward. I'm kidding. So, Strength of the Pack, the healing that you get from it, you will heal
A lot.
like at least, I would say, if you're doing a good job, you are at least healing 5 a game.
At least.
And upwards of 10, maybe? I don't know. 8 is a pretty good, like,
Dude,
I think average.
8, I would say, is like, if you're playing the Leshen well, you're probably going to get 8 healing, which
is crazy, because that makes his health...
there have been games where I've gotten you down to
21.
1.
Right?
Yeah, there have been games I've gotten you down to 1 health.
Right.
And then it was too dangerous to approach, or you position the wolves so that
so you couldn't ever get me again.
So
until I was at like...
And then
8.
you just...
I think I ended the game at 7 or 8 health.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You block with a wolf, you keep a wolf next to you.
Because you didn't want to come in either, because you were going to die if I hit you twice.
Yeah, I was going to die.
Yeah.
So,
that was a fun game.
I was Beowulf, so Beowulf...
Beowulf, that's true.
Who's not great either. Similar in strength, I would say.
Right.
To Leshen.
Yeah, okay, I would say
Maybe a little bit
I would say
stronger.
Leshen has to be stronger, but
I would agree that he's a little stronger. He has more options.
yeah. And I think that Leshen would absolutely toast everybody in the low, like, 2 tiers.
And
I think he'd probably...
a good portion of C.
But maybe not. You know, we haven't even seen it. Like, how does he do against Bullseye? How does he do against...
I think he loses to Bullseye.
How does he do against Bruce Lee? And how does he do against Cloak and Dagger? You know, all these action game fighters, how does he do? Because he doesn't have enough defenses. He has these 3 defenses. You know?
Mm-hmm.
This is it.
And he's got 3 copies of each.
3 copies of each.
And the 5 is not as good as it looks.
Right. The 5 is actually a death trap against a lot of fighters.
Especially a lot of these heavy hitters that are in the Witcher sets. Like, that 5 is basically a printed 3 that discards the top card of their deck. So you better be prepared to take 3 damage over the top.
Yeah.
On average, I would say 2 to 3 damage over the top.
And against any boost attack, it is
it's a death sentence. It's crazy. And
it does have there's a couple things that are cool with it. Like, it makes you feel a little better about the fatigue thing. You are sacrificing your health for it.
Yeah.
But it's making it a 2-for-1, whatever they're throwing at least is a 2-for-1.
And you'll probably heal.
You are going to heal up. You get to move your wolves.
Yep.
So maybe it sets you up for a big attack, a big surround.
Sure.
Maybe you're going to set up a harrowing strike. 8,
wolf thing.
A little 8 value harrying strike.
Harrying strike.
Harrying strike.
So
Weird.
that has been also like I'd almost liken him a little bit to Wukong. Not nearly as strong, not nearly as controlling, or as disruptive, but because of how he tries to, I think, harass you and mind game you a little bit with the wolves' attacks. The wolves attack the wolves are amazing. Very strong for 1 health sidekicks. They can consistently throw, 4 and 6 value attacks, but also 1 value attacks that push you, 2 value attacks that draw you cards.
Right.
And you can recur them. And so that's kind of why, and I think that's the key, right? You harass with the wolves until the Leshen has enough defenses to where he feels comfortable advancing. And to where the opposing fighter can't really aggress the Leshen because they're too busy fending off the wolves. Or a wolf, or,
And here's...
Yeah.
So you've got 2 ways of bringing back the wolves. You start with 2, and you can bring them back up to 6 times if you play these correctly.
Yeah.
And so you give it a total of 8 wolves, which is pretty high. Like how many
It's a good
other
amount.
fighters have 1 health sidekicks?
More than 8?
8 times plus.
Electra.
And
Eredin.
Ingen.
Eredin actually doesn't have... Well, he
No.
can have 7. Yeah.
But he wants 0s.
He wants 0.
Yeah, he will never get that. If he's doing that, then he's doing a weird.
You definitely can, though. Like, I would love to try that.
7? Yeah, but we're saying 8 or higher. 8 or higher.
8 or higher, Wukong and Electra.
Wukong,
And
Electra, Ingen.
that's it. I think Robin Hood's only 6.
Yep.
And which is still a good amount. Squirrel Girl.
Electra's what, 12 or something?
Squirrel Girl will have like
yeah, but
20,
those
but
are
they
small
don't count.
figures, though. Those are those. Yeah,
They don't do anything.
They don't do anything.
The wolves do a lot.
Wolves do a lot.
The mind game of a wolf attack too. Is this going to be the first wolf attack and the only wolf attack, or is this going to be the start of something? You have to defend everything the wolves throw.
Yeah.
Because it could be at minimum a 4. Or if it's your harrowing strike, it's a 4. But if you're pinning with the wolves, which you should probably do, threaten the 6 value attack,
Right.
8 value attack always.
Now, what's cool, the decisions that, and this is the kind of move that changes the game also. Because to kill the wolf, you have enough wolves. They want to throw everything low. And so if you can anticipate it correctly and block with a 4, one of your very precious, valuable 4s, but keep that wolf alive for your whatever combo. Let's say that you want to keep that wolf alive so you can then throw the 1 to bring the opponent into Leshen's zone.
Yep.
And then attack.
Yeah.
Right? And that they're counting on the wolf dying.
Yep.
And so when you throw that 4, you have now...
It's now a mind game.
And which is cool.
Yeah.
Especially if you do this kind of early, set the tone that I will potentially defend my wolves.
Or
they
wily
now have
fighting.
to be throwing bigger stuff. Yeah.
Wily fighting with a wolf. Boom. 1 damage.
Well, only if you didn't die. I wouldn't throw. I would probably not block with the 3 because if they throw a 4, you die, and if they...
But if they're throwing a 4 value attack into a wolf, that's pretty good.
But you're not getting your wily damage either,
That's true.
and you just lost your defense. That's what I'm saying.
If you're sure they're throwing not a 4.
Sure.
If
you
you're
know
playing
it's a 3 or less.
If you're playing against the Genie,
yes.
it's probably not a 4.
Maybe. Yeah. So your purple 4 though, right, against Genie. There you go, purple 4, and you guaranteed to survive.
Unless it's the 4.
Unless it's the 4. Oh my.
Or I am freed.
She hard counters. He hard counters.
He does hard counter Leshen, I think. I think he does. Because how are you gonna keep up? You can't.
You can't. He
You have no
attacks twice
face.
every turn. But how often can he take a hit from this? Guys, this is the thing. You're gonna want to play Leshen into every single fighter.
He is really fun.
want to. He's super fun to play. And there's always the what if? Like how many times can you take hits? But then he needs to be drawing. If he's not drawing, is he dying? Like, it's so good.
Here's
so good.
what I do love about the Leshen. Like, if we wrap up on the Leshen stuff, I do think he's the weakest of the set. I still think he's good enough to win a lot of matchups, kind of like the Genie, where I feel like if you win with the fighter, you've earned the win. You know, whether or not it came easily or more difficult, you still had to do. You had to play well in order to get the win.
He is not going to be for everybody.
No,
for sure. Now he does have some card draw, which is absolutely important in his kit.
Yep.
So the card draw, this is obviously huge.
That is massive.
I kind of want to walk through the whole. We're gonna do it. We'll do a Are we doing that now? What time is it? 9:40.
I don't know if we have. How long is this captain's log?
As long as we want it to be.
Yeah. Okay. Are we doing this?
I don't know. Are we doing this? You think we need one more? You think we need one more? All right, we'll get one more.
I need to get some water.
So, okay, so guys, there's a lot of card draw. Which is important because you need to be drawing cards, but you also need to be attacking, and if you come in when you're low, all the things, right? This is a way of getting card draw. Here's another card draw. This is basically card draw, making them go down, so it gives you that
hand advantage.
Yeah, gives you a little, helps you with hand advantage.
Tempo swing.
And then this, hopefully, you're drawing at least 2 when you're playing this card. And if not, you're just hoping that it gets fainted or baited, whatever. If you're using it a different way,
or if it's your second attack, it's a 5-value attack. It's a super
it's 5 value, and then maybe you're drawing 3. So very good card draw. I think we've already talked about this before, but I'll show you guys the ways you kind of want to combo. You want to set up your double attacks, and there's certain ways that you can definitely do it. We talked about the one, if they, throwing the one to get them into your zone, you can do that. You get them into your zone, get your double attack off. Almost by and large, by the way, you pretty much don't want to attack. You don't want to attack just once as Leshen. I'm not attacking as Leshen unless I'm attacking you twice. And best way to do that, first action, attack with this. If they faint it, they're still in your zone. And you dealt 3 damage. And now you're attacking again with a +3 for your next attack. So whatever you throw next, you're getting huge attack on. There are 2 copies of Flock of Birds. Of course, as always, 3 would have been nice.
Yeah. That's my biggest gripe.
This is another way to set this up and make it to where you can much easier get that second attack. You do this the turn before, then you pop wherever you want. You draw the card. Hopefully it's a good card to help you out. And then you can do your 2 attack combo thing. There was something else. I thought there was another one. But basically, you kind of want a Flock of Birds first almost every single time.
That is the
I would not do anything else.
The best chance, which is kind of why I feel like Leshen is almost Leshen's almost a finisher, and you're really playing primarily about 80% of the game will be played by your wolves.
Right.
And so optimizing how you're playing your wolves, making them scared, defending the wolves with your harrowing strike sometimes is like the best thing you can do, because then you can set up a combo turn as Leshen.
Yep.
And keep a wolf alive, and probably keep Leshen, let Leshen heal.
Yep.
Which he definitely needs.
And if they kill them, then you just took a 5, which is okay.
Right, so taking attacks of the wolves also doesn't feel that bad, because you can bring them back, and they spend a card. So.
Yep. All right. Let's look at the comments on Leshy. And next up will be
Ciri.
I think Ciri. We'll talk about Ciri next.
Yeah.
Let me check the comments. While we're here, why don't you pop that open and lay stuff out? So Sean said, map ideas: pass, go. Like when you cross the mark, you draw a card, like pass and go Monopoly. That's cool.
But it's a one-way. It's got to be like a one-way.
Makes sense, like a one-way, right? Maybe it's just a Monopoly board.
It's a racetrack. That's
pretty
cool.
The whole map is a one-way.
Yeah.
You can never go back. What would happen? And you're just trying to dude. Oh my gosh, Sinbad just
catch behind. You can only attack in front of you.
What the heck?
I would like to see maps where one-way attack would be very interesting and hard to play around.
One-way attack.
A one-way attack. So if you have high ground, right? Sort of like high ground, but instead of getting the +1 attack, you can attack from that position, but they cannot, because you're above them, and they can't. I don't know, stab up at you.
Of course. Physics.
Or you can attack here if you're it's.
So a pin would just be you're dead.
Yep. Unless you fight your way out of the pin.
I like it. I honestly do love it. That's my kind of game.
It would be interesting.
I love that kind of a board where it's the most punishing ever.
Yeah, Tomoe user.
Yeah. I love that.
I can't
All right,
leave this
you
space
stay
or I
there.
die. You get. I hate those games where you get me to like 1 health, and I'm like, well, now I can't leave. Now I'm stuck here.
It's the best.
It's so
It's
funny.
the best. Tomoe's so fun.
And I'm like playing Houdini or something, and I'm like, I want to leave.
Yeah.
I guess that would never happen.
What?
Because Houdini just sends Besson and you die. You
Yeah,
can't faint.
right. That's a bad matchup. For,
It's really bad, actually, for
what's
Tomoe.
What's her name? Okay, guys. So we're laying out these the Ciri cards. Ciri is the next weakest, I would say.
And there she goes.
But there she is. That comes with that drawback as well.
Yeah. Turn your phones off.
But
Not bad.
not bad.
Not bad at all.
And there's a world where she's awesome. And we hit that world last time. Our last Ciri game. Go watch it.
It was crazy.
And it was game 5 or whatever. Game 6, who knows. This is her most important card. Let me get you guys over there.
For some matchups. For some matchups, it's
True.
definitely her most important
True.
card. In other ones,
Dang it. Sorry, guys.
this is probably her most important card.
I can't see that.
Oh, well. It'll be sitting here ready for you.
Yeah, for sure. So, Unicorn Ally is if she's against anybody that she needs to maintain hand advantage or at all just a hand of cards and wants to attack a lot and can attack a lot, Unicorn Ally is the best card. It's so good. It in that kind of a matchup, it is probably the best ongoing scheme out of all of them.
Probably, yeah.
Because you are continually getting those cards. Every time you attack, you're getting a card.
Every time you don't defend, you get a card.
Every time, any kind of combat that
If you're in
happens,
combat. Anytime
you are drawing a card.
after combat, you draw a card, no matter if you defend it or
just make
not.
sure
It's crazy.
you don't have 5 or more cards in your hand at the end of your turn.
To boost some cards away.
Boost cards away. Overdraw.
Or
Boost cards away to stay at that. And that's
channel your
Drop
source.
down lower?
Channel your source to keep your hand low. Isn't that cool?
yeah, there you go.
Draw cards, channel it out, and then now you draw more cards.
Right.
And then that makes her a really solid into tempo fighters. The problem is that all you got to do, tempo fighter, just back off.
Right.
And now you've made Ciri lose
Weak.
a lot of value.
Yeah, that's the question is how long can she keep that going for? And
You will fatigue out quicker than Achilles. Like, straight up quicker than Achilles. If you keep your ongoing scheme active. I had that happen actually against Sam the other day. And it was like, I think I was Leshen. And I think it was at the point where
give me her.
all I had to do was attack him with anything.
Okay.
And she could even defend with, like, whatever. She can defend with whatever. Win combat, move away, it didn't matter. You know, like, all I had to do was attack him, and you just fatigue out and die. Don't have to do damage. I just maneuvered in and attacked as the Leshen, because it was like, and it was like, okay, even if she full blocks it, she draws a card, she dies. You know, and then she has to maneuver in, and then she dies.
That's cool.
It's interesting
awesome.
because
That's awesome.
you actually have craziest gas pedal of almost anybody once you have that unicorn ally.
She can. Yeah.
Other than maybe Philipa, honestly, but potentially equaling Philipa.
The cons to her deck.
Yeah.
The cons are that you're limited to what you draw, as is everybody, but it feels more like punishing, I guess. She's weak early.
Very weak early.
Very weak early. These feints are awesome. Okay, these 3 parries are really,
love
really
it.
good.
I love it. But, like, you just have to accept that you're not going to get full value. You just won't. which is why I channel the source. Obviously, I think many people have talked about it, but like this is probably in a lot of matchups. This is also like the most important card in your deck, because then you can get to, 3 source cards in discard, and actually be somewhat dangerous. Your Zirels are now 4 value blocks. Your Lady of Space and Time actually works. Your This Thing is online. Once you get 3, you're starting to be like actually be able to play the game.
Yeah, I think that you probably want to mulligan for channel.
Most of the time.
Because of that.
Or this.
Or
if you're depending on the matchup.
ally. If it's a matchup where you need Unicorn Ally, get a Unicorn
If it's
Ally.
the Raptors or T-Rex.
Or anybody that's attacking you every single turn or wanting to do that, Unicorn Ally definitely mulligan for. If it's not that kind of a game, maybe you do want to just channel the source, get your stuff out so you can hit that power spike right away.
Strengths. She plays a pretty solid value game, honestly. She can heal a good amount, and more than you might think also with recursion. She can play Unicorn Ally 4 times. Or more. She could potentially play Unicorn Ally a lot of times by putting the card on top of your deck, maneuver, play Unicorn Ally. Put the card on top of your deck, maneuver, play Unicorn Ally. With Lady of Space and Time. We've talked about this, but you can play Unicorn Ally like a good number of times.
It would only be 4 times max. Remember I told you we
Oh, you're totally right.
corrected your infinite thing. Infinite doesn't work. But
4 times is still a lot.
4
That's still
times is a
8
lot.
healing.
Yep.
That's, little red healing.
Yep. And you can. So guys, this card here. First off, I just want you guys to acknowledge and take note of the artwork in this set.
It's very cool.
The sets are the best artwork.
I think so.
They are so good. But
Eredin.
this card here, Child of the Elder Blood, is, look at that. It's only okay when you're never gonna have 4. Like, it's such a weird thing. It's such a weird card. I think this is one of the ones that you want to just get out. Now you can use it as a pass, so it kind of helps her with that fatigue game if you're going that route. But why is someone not attacking you when you're weak? I don't understand why they're even doing that.
But it is a guaranteed lethal.
And it's
in a lot of situations at the end of the game.
At the end of the game,
as a
you
closer,
can use it. Right.
3 guaranteed damage.
If you get that 9, it's very, very good. Which there are a total of 1, 2.
There's 13 source cards in the deck.
8, 11. No.
There's 13.
So then, 11. So there's 11 other source cards.
Yeah.
So if you can get 9, then you can deal. Dude, can you imagine if you have 9 out there, and then you got 2 Child Bloods? You can kill them when they're at 6. They come into your zone, drop, they're dead. You won the game, and they had 6 health left.
You can kill them when they're almost at 8. If they come in, you defend with your 2 auto damage.
Which one's that? Deal 2 damage to the opposing. Yeah, you're at 8. That's cool. Okay, so you're at 8.
They maneuver in an attack.
Right, can't be feinded,
and
of
then
course.
You kill them.
2 damage to them, and then scheme. 8 health down to 0. I think that she definitely wants to get those little source cards out ASAP. But guess what? What if you have 3 source cards at the very bottom of your deck?
Well, you might be able to tutor for them with your unicorn.
Right, guys, listen to that term.
Tutoring. Magic term. Also, just general game term. We'll talk about more. Talk about it more. We'll talk about it more in when we get to Geralt, because that's really who
tutor
does
master.
But Iwarakwa can snag your source cards that you need. Fighters that I would compare Ciri to are Achilles, who feels very weak until, or not very weak, but just feels meh until Pat's dead.
Pat dies.
And sometimes it's really hard to make that happen. Same with Ciri. She feels very weak until she gets her source cards, and sometimes it's hard to make that happen. Also, Little Red, just with the amount of versatility, healing, card draw if you need it, decent sidekick, and lots of auto damage. She really does have just a lot of auto damage. I do think she's going to be a well-rounded fighter.
Wait, talk about this card.
Oh yeah, sorry. But this will allow you to search for your source cards to really discard them, to put them into your into your your graveyard. Zero said that, I think, in his unboxing, and I was like, somebody's been playing Magic.
That's funny.
But yeah, solid card for Iwarakwa, and really good boost value too if Iwarakwa's dead. Yeah, but it allows you to search for that source card that you need to either to get your stuff online or to that you need to play in order to win the game. So I do think that she is going to be very versatile and probably better than we're thinking, because we've also played her
Only into high tier stuff.
only into relatively high tier stuff.
I think she'll be great into yeah, she'll be really
Most
solid.
people.
Into everybody being lower, probably super solid, especially since we figured out the Unicorn Ally figure out, like that fix
That-
makes her good into everybody that is hyper aggro and worse than her. Because before that, it was going to be bad.
It was
would've
like,
been
Hamlet would wreck her.
Right. It would have been like Leshy Town kind of stuff. Like, okay, this is going to be really bad. With that hot fix, she's in a much better spot. So now the question is, how is she going to do into S, into A?
Into A,
How
I
is
feel
she
like
gonna
she'll
do
be
in that?
solid. She's kind of like the other fighter that I have her written down as similar to was Achilles, Little Red, but also kind of Annie. Kind of Annie, because Annie's only weakness is that she feels a little clunky, or not only weakness, but
One of her weaknesses, big time, is the
fact that
yellow and blue and you're just stuck with it.
that can happen. You can get looped. This is less likely to happen with Ciri, but where she feels kind of like you're doing something counterintuitive. With Annie, you're inherently losing
Trying to
value.
take damage, right?
You're inherently losing value in order to maximize your own. So it's weird. It's a trade-off. And Ciri's kind of the same way. I do think she's better than Annie.
Yes.
Or about the same.
I think she's better than Annie. Yeah.
A little bit more well-rounded than Annie.
This card here, Lady of Space and Time, is so important, and you can use it. Speaking of Achilles and Little Red, you can use it like that, right? You can use it to draw itself back in, draw itself back in, draw itself back in, and you can keep that loop going for a little bit.
And you can't cancel it.
And you can't cancel it if it is at 7, if you have 7 of those in your thing. Now the thing is, do you want to do that, and is it actually going to be beneficial to you? I don't know. There will be matches when, yes, it is beneficial to do that, and then there'll be matches where you don't want to do that, and you actually just want to pull back your power. Maybe you pull back your Lion Cub of Sintra, you hit for 7. That 7 feels so good, guys. That feels so good when you have, again, an uncancelable 7 coming at them, and you can just throw it. So, yeah, this card here feels incredible. Zeriel, I don't know how you pronounce that.
Yeah, 4-value block with random
magical word.
discard
4-value block or attack, random discard.
that you
Right.
can't cancel.
You can't cancel it
Potentially.
when you hit 7.
It's so crazy.
Yeah. So, really,
She can play a really good value game, honestly, with the healing, the auto damage, decent value blocks, overall, not as many defenses, but you can recur them if you really need to. And you can play Lady of Space and Time over and over again if you really need to in a pinch.
let's not forget the most beautiful Murder Corn card ever.
Oh my gosh,
guys.
yeah,
This is
one of the
just,
best
I
art.
want to have this up in my house. Levi would be like, "What's Daddy?
What's that red stuff?
Why is that? Why is the unicorn so angry and majestic at the same time, Daddy?" I was like, "Levi, you know the word majestic?" So, guys, this is a beautiful card. Beautiful card. The Bane of the NL. The Horhwa. Move Horhwa up to 4 spaces. He may move through opposing fighters, then deal damage to an opposing fighter. It's not as good as Yenenga's, but it's really good. Very cool card. And I was using it in the game against you, that last one. I was using it like a run up, attack, and then get out of your zone.
Right.
Run up, attack, get
Against Leshen, it's
Get
like
the heck out.
amazing.
Right, had to
'Cause you
had to
can't
do
feint
that.
it. It'll hit over the top of
Right.
anything other than that 4.
And it's a 4-value boost too. If you really need to get in, you're going to ride your horsey to get in there and attack with your unicorn ally online, There's a reason why these cards are the way they are.
Here, interesting little tidbit.
Yes.
I do think of the sidekicks that are in the set.
I disagree.
Already?
Yeah. Dijkstra.
No, I'm saying that Iwarakwa is you will probably get the most value out of because you won't your enemy or the opponent probably won't try to kill them. Isn't that interesting?
That's what you're saying. Yeah, they're going to try to run her down. Okay. Yeah. I see that. I agree.
So, like,
I concur. I'm sorry for disagreeing so early before hearing.
He's definitely not the most important, but he is most likely to stick around for the whole game
for a very long time
because he's got 7 health.
7 health, tanky,
and he doesn't do anything too powerful to where it's like I really need to devote some cards.
Well, and if you attack him, then that's when he gets to.
He's probably going to do that,
right?
Yeah.
And so if you don't engage him, he has to engage you to get that thing to happen, which means you can feign it, whatever you want to do. One day, not feigning because of 4, but
such a good card because a damage over the top of a feint, awesome. And you get to tutor for your card if they don't attack you with a 4 or higher, which means you're spending a 4 value attack on a sidekick.
Does it say if you won combat?
If you won combat.
Okay, yeah. So you want to play on defense, definitely.
Yeah. So it's
you don't want to attack with it for sure.
Right.
And then guys, parry. That's an any. Horsey can parry.
Such a good card.
Horsey can parry. She can parry. That card art, guys.
And I love that it does seem like we're going to be seeing this now as a common card, like Skirmish, like Momentous Shift, those kinds of cards that are just good, solid all around. Just now we're going to get Just Your Imagination as a common card, which will be
right.
I think good.
Right. For Courtney, you okay? Okay, good. Thank you. So I'm making sure you're safe and okay. I know you're pregnant. That's why I asked. Wait, you're pregnant? Who's the father? All right. Another very don't sleep on this card, guys. This is an incredible card. Blink. It's a 4 value versatile. Moves Ciri up to 3 spaces she may move through opposing fighters. This is just great. It's just a great
better
card.
Skirmish.
It's just a
not better.
Way,
it's
a
better Skirmish.
Yeah, it's a hoax, but a little bit worse, I guess.
It's baby hoax.
Baby hoax, but not that much baby. Just a little baby.
Have we talked about Lion Cub yet?
No. Yes, I did.
We talked about Lion Cub.
Yeah.
It's just a blank 7.
Just straight up 7s.
Isn't that great?
Heck yeah.
It's so good. Great value game.
Yep. So okay. So now here's the question. You have all these. You have all these cards. You have all these beautiful. Here, let's go to this view. Actually, let's switch it up. You've got these, right? And in fact, let's do this for real demonstrations right here. I'll show the quantities to really hammer this home. And I just like as you guys look at this, it's gonna paint a picture because it's really cool, but it's also very tricky. Right, so here you go. We talked about that cool combo we talked about, right?
With 8 damage?
Yeah, that awesome 8 damage killer.
Potential, like, you could maybe do it.
So, pick which 8 cards. Let's just say you're not even using them. Let's just say that you've been boosting, getting them there to use. Which 8 cards do you not want to use? Or in the order that we even do it. Like, which one's the best first... What's the best first source card to go into your discard? So you don't want the 8 damage combo we just talked about.
I think no, because I do think that's a little pie in the sky. From a competitive standpoint, it's a little pie in the sky. It's something that you have to potentially play around, but it's unlikely to happen. And that card is not good until very late game. So if that's in your starting hand and you can't, and you're not mulliganing for because you have Unicorn Ally or because you have your whatever the other cards you need, the channel the source.
Okay. This
is a great card to channel, and okay to boost. But I would say this is best used especially early game, is just get it out because it's not actually good until late game.
Yeah, I agree. It's weak. It's weak. And now there's an obvious next choice, which is the next card we want to play. And I guess if we're playing it, obviously, like with Sintra, it's now a 4.
Now you attack with a 4.
Okay, because card's value is a 4 instead. So if you're playing it, this one. If you're not playing it, which card are you getting rid of if you're not playing it?
Probably Sintra, to be honest. Probably the same card if I'm not playing it.
So you're just chucking it. Because there's 3 copies, you'll get it later?
3 copies. If I really need to recur it, I can later. But I think getting to a point where I have just more defensive options, because she has 6 value blocks, 3 feints, which are... well, 3 value blocks and 3 feints until these are online. So getting rid of, I think, these and then one of those, is like...
Just totally screw the whole scheme strategy we just talked about.
I know we talked about it, but it's just an interesting thing that could happen. And, maybe you recur these later game. I think what you do is when they're not cancelable, maybe your end game strategy is let's recur it. Recur this.
I love that, yeah. Okay.
And then all of a sudden now you can't...
Let's do Dream Fairy Tale Land, but we're playing the cards. Ready? All right, you play that as a pass. Okay, so here you go, guys. Ready? Write this down. Game starts. Let's say you're going, I don't know, second, because you picked map for some reason. Whatever. You want to keep it close. You pick map. You go second. They come in. You double maneuver. They attack you. You throw your little 3 value cancel. Yay. You maneuver away because you don't want to combat. You don't want to engage. You maneuver away. You play that as a pass. They come at you. Whatever. Doesn't matter. You do stuff. Maybe you block with this because of life. You don't get what you want. You attack with this. It's a 4. Yay. Value.
Maybe 1 damage.
You block with this. You just dealt 1 damage to the opposing fighter. And then I guess we just keep going down the line.
So Baked Goods actually did a really cool thing.
Oh, what did he do?
So if you notice, this is actually last. This is first. So you get 1 in there, but he was saying that if you look 1, we kind of need to do like that.
This is literally what I was doing.
Like that. Well, just wait. Just you wait. Maybe that. And then that. Right. So if you look at the first number, credit to Baked Goods for this, but I think it does kind of help. It can help a little bit. This card is online at 1. This card's online at 2. This card's online at 3. 3, 4. And now 4 to 5. And then these 2 swap. But now 5, 7, 8, 9. So I think potentially like your mid game, right? You're playing value blocking in the mid game and making them discard. Making them make some hard choices. And it kind of gives you a strategy. Get medium value early. Little auto damage. Value block. And then start to recur some cards. And then you start to drag the game out and you play higher value, better value, uncancelable recursion, and then closing it out with auto damage. Or another 7 or what have you.
Right.
So it kind of lays out a game plan where you do start a little slower, but it helps you remember what's good when.
Yeah. I mean, that's literally what I was doing, so...
Sorry.
No, you're good. Let's just walk through it. Because it's like, I feel like seeing the order actually is... I knew you showed the snake, but we're not seeing cards disappear. I think seeing the cards disappear makes it more like, oh, I don't have those options anymore.
Sure. Okay.
And so, like, yeah, sure, let's say you throw the 3, defense, offense, whatever. Maybe you're recurring something. I don't think so necessarily.
Probably not. You're probably not early. You're doing that.
You got 4 in there. You're not using this probably still.
Maybe clearing out some token sidekicks. You maneuver into Robin Hood zone.
If that somehow worked out, yeah, that'd be awesome. Okay, let's say a magical land, you got it.
Or Wukong. Go into Wukong zone.
And you hit him with one of these. Probably you would defend it actually first with this. That's 5. Maybe you attack with this. Beautiful. That's also
Now it's a 7.
Now it's a 7. So now nothing is going to be canceled. Now all of your effects are online and cannot be canceled ever, which is so cool. This is cool. So you could, I mean, literally any of these would be great at this point.
Yep.
Right. You throw that. You're dealing 2 damage to an enemy opposing fighter within 3 spaces of Ciri, which is pretty nuts. Doesn't matter about zones or anything.
Mm-hmm.
And here's a little thing. At this point, this is the moment where if you want to do your recursion all day, every day, this is a great time to do it because you can attack with this. It doesn't go in there right away, right? You're attacking or defending with this card. If you have the health to do it, it's probably cool. And then you bring back whatever. I don't know.
Probably Zerael is usually what I bring back because it's Zerael is now an uncancelable value block. Yeah, random discard.
So that's in there. And
Lion
then,
Cub is always good.
And now you have 7 again, and so you play it, and you just keep that loop going forever. And now you just bring it. Now you're bringing itself back. With every single time you play it, you're bringing itself back, uncancelable, getting that loop on forever. And then at some point, let's say you stop doing it. Who knows? It doesn't matter. At this point, literally all these things are good at this point. And hopefully you have now enough damage. There's a lot of auto damage, like you said. There's a bunch of auto damage, like you said. I don't know.
You can almost count the 7s as auto damage too.
What's crazy is, yeah. This right. Like the 7s are auto damage if you're attacking with them for sure.
5 damage over a feint. If they're stupid enough to feint you.
I want to play her a lot. I want to play her a lot because
I do.
She has a lot of potential.
Yep.
And Sinbad is still viable. He is still massively viable today.
I think he's one of the more underplayed fighters.
He's underplayed. He's massively viable because no matter what's happening, he is scaling and getting better. And she is the same way. It doesn't...
But more versatile.
But it should be more versatile. Should be more damage.
Yeah.
Less movement.
Yeah.
But should be more damage and more versatile. And potentially can outpace Sinbad.
Yeah, isn't that just... That's just so crazy.
So, if Sinbad is still viable, then she should absolutely have a place in the meta.
Yeah. The problem is counterplay to her, right? We talked about Leshen's weakness, which is like no feint, slow defensive values, and just movement also is tough. Positioning's tough. He kind of wants map, kind of wants position.
Yeah.
Ciri is...
What did you say? Leshen? Okay,
yeah, Leshen. Ciri, while she can play a very versatile, value-oriented game, she can turn on the jets. She relies on certain cards, relies on Channel the Source, definitely. If you feint Channel the Source early, feels really bad, you know, because you're not getting cards into your discard.
Yep.
And if you feint, and you're going to be wanting to feint Ciri stuff early anyways, because you won't be able to play those cards later. So it makes channeling the Source a lot harder, because you're very likely to throw it early, and they're very likely to feint early, if that makes sense. Mm-hmm. And then also just, reliance on certain cards. If you don't get Unicorn Ally in the matchup where you need Unicorn Ally, and there are right now, I would say there are more matchups that you need it than you don't.
And the more fighters that come out, they're definitely, we said it before, they are going, Restoration Games is going hard into aggro, which is really cool for the state of the game, I think. And that is, with that direction that we're going in, she's definitely going to need that. She's going to need Unicorn Ally and keep that thing going. Mm-hmm. Keep up the aggro. So, yeah. Leshen, 1 to 10, fun to play.
8.
I guess 0 to 10. 8.
I guess I gave 8 for the maps too, but 8, I think, fun to play. 8, depending on the day, I would say 8. Just because...
A little more thinky.
Can be frustrating. Just because of low consistency. You might not draw defense for like 10 cards. And like, there's a good chance of that happening.
Yeah, you'll end more games with him saying, dang, look at my deck. Look at the deck order.
Yeah, I had 3 defenses on the bottom.
More often, than you'd want to, probably.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
then just movement also. Movement is kind of annoying.
I'll go 8.5 for fun with Leshen. Super fun.
We're doing half points?
I can do 0.25 if I want to. The
This
more,
is
the
my
more
channel.
decimals you do, the better the system. Yeah, super fun. So Ciri, 0 to 10, fun.
I would say 7.
The more we're talking about her, I'm like racing her up in my.
She can do. She's
more
like Little
theory
Red,
craft
where
for
she
her.
can do very interesting things. I do feel like she's very like a kind of a mix more between Little Red and Achilles, almost more so than Sinbad. Obviously, other than like the voyage, that's really the only similarity. They're both semi-versatile, but Sinbad's kind of one-dimensional.
The scaling is really what it comes down to. The scaling.
That's the similarity there. But
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go 7.5 for fun, because we haven't even tapped it yet.
yeah, sure, and we've maybe
That last game we played, I had a blast.
it was crazy.
playing. That was a blast.
Who was I? Who was I? I was Leshen, wasn't I?
You were Leshen.
Yeah.
Yep. Because we had lost those 2 games with them, and it was like, what are we doing?
Right.
Where do
We're
we
like,
go
what's
from
happening?
here? What? All right. That's Ciri. That was a good breakdown. That was a deep dive.
Yeah.
Guys, I hope you appreciate that stuff. If you do, you're probably not even here. But if you're here, I assume you appreciate it. So put them out, and let's see what we got here. So we're going from least powerful again, guys. Least powerful to most powerful is what we're doing. Next up is a closer one, right?
Yeah.
Would you say there's a gap?
The biggest gap for me, I have like my current tier list revision or whatever. The biggest gap for me is right here.
Mm-hmm.
It's it's one fighter, and then there's a large gap between the next 4. The next 4.
Wait.
Because Yennefer and Triss are very different.
Okay, so we're
Even though they're the same fighter.
okay. Now we'll talk about Triss at the same time as we talk about
Yennefer?
but it'll be because we'll be doing the cards and stuff.
Yeah.
But we'll just do a whole thing about her, thing about Yen.
At the same time.
At the same time.
So then,
So because you were gonna have Triss as the next fighter.
yes.
Okay. So and I agree with that. I think, but potentially worse than Ciri.
Potentially. Yeah.
But also she's never gonna be played.
Yeah.
She's never gonna be played because Yennefer is so strong.
It's just better. But
But Triss is so fun to play.
and Triss is still good.
Super fun to play and so good.
Their the value.
I just don't think you would ever choose to play Triss over Yennefer.
You
ever.
never would, because
If you're playing competitively, if you're playing for fun, of course.
sure, do it. If you like
Competitively,
the idea.
why the
of Triss.
heck? If Yennefer did not get banned and you can pick her, then you're going to play Yennefer.
See, that was my initial thought. Was like, you ban Yennefer, you play Triss,
Right? That would have been cool.
which is the point.
I would love that.
But nope,
That's not how it's going to work.
and it makes sense
So, Triss is out. Triss is not here.
because Yennefer's higher.
Yennefer's hired.
If you
We'll
can't
talk about
tell.
Yennefer later.
We've already talked about. it,
So, who's next in Europe? So now there's a gap.
probably. Now for me there's a big gap. I don't know about you, and it's shifted for me actually now.
Okay.
The next 2 fighters for me are very, very close and very high. But right now, the next one is Geralt.
Okay. This is where it gets interesting.
It's so tough at that level.
Because Philipa is awesome, and she can mess people up, and then she could rely on the 4 cards and then not draw a defense, and if the opponent has action gain, just kills her. Like, if you're playing her the fun, correct way, that
You
aggro,
will have a defense,
the aggro
probably.
way will probably.
But like, if you're not playing your defensive cards on offense, or ditching them for owl form, which I think is the big
If you're
mistake.
attacking, if you're going, if you are attacking,
Which I don't know is
then-
necessarily the way to play her.
no, that's the way to play her. That's so fun, man.
It's very
It is
fun,
a
but it doesn't always
blast.
work.
Of course not. It does not always work.
Which is why I don't think that's necessarily the way you should play her.
Yeah.
Because Do you want to just talk? Let's talk about Philippa then.
All right, let's talk about Philippa.
Because
Geralt
I go
and
back and
Philippa are
forth.
very close, guys.
I go back and forth
Philip-
between who I think is stronger.
They are entirely opposites.
Yes.
They are entirely different, which is why you could easily do this or this. He is just a straightforward.
Well, sort of.
Just
But yeah.
you're going to like he's coming at you and he's going to attack and he's coming at you and he's going to attack. Like it's just the same game. He's doing this thing. He is a Jill Trent.
Yeah.
He's a Jill Trent with bigger attacks.
Yes.
And then you've got Dracula, Raptors,
Titania Genie.
T-Rex, Genie, Titania.
And then like sort of Little Red, sort of Tesla.
Sort of red. Yeah, like she is awesome.
Both of these fighters are incredibly versatile. More so than Philippa, more so than I think we realized.
Incredibly versatile. She's versatile because of her ability.
And yes, and because she is now just so disruption focused. I think maybe more than almost anybody other than like Sherlock. And Geralt also. Both of these fighters incredibly disruptive.
Who are we talking about? Which one? Which one do you want to do first?
Let's talk about
Your dealer's choice.
Let's talk about Philippa first, because I might be a little high on Philippa, but the more I think about it,
Oh, she's
for right now, for me, she's a little higher than Geralt.
okay.
Like they're next to each other, and she's right above Geralt.
She's so fun.
Dude,
Okay.
she is so good.
So
I kept pushing her up too, because think about how she does into everybody else.
1 out of 10. 0 out of 10. How fun is she?
10.
10, literally.
She's a 10.
10.
Yeah, she's
She's
so
the
much fun.
most fun.
She's so fun.
She's the most fun fighter to play as.
Yeah.
It's so fun. Why is it so fun?
Every single thing you do as her, also,
It's a joy.
It was
It's a
so
treat.
funny. The first game we played as her was like really bad. And then every game after that progressively got better and better and better. And now she doesn't lose. Now it's like, well, not doesn't lose, but she's just like, every single thing you do as her kind of feels good. You know?
Yeah.
Every single attack feels good. Every single defense feels pretty good, honestly.
Right. So, here, let's do this. Let's do it like this. So, yeah, guys, literally everything feels good.
Yeah.
As her. And
Which is, it's so weird because you look at her deck and her values are very low, like Genie, but she can do so much more damage than Genie. It's not even funny. I mean, Genie can do a lot, don't get me wrong, but she actually stands a chance into Luke Cage and Genie does not, which is, you know,
oh man, she's got those 3. So say yeah, yes. Yeah, if you like the Genie, you will never play the Genie again. That's a good sentence, right? If you like the Genie, you will never play the Genie again.
if you like Genie, you'll like Philippa.
Yep, and you will never play Genie again.
But she has the same kind of versatility as, like, Genie, honestly, very versatile fighter. You can disagree if you want, but I think he's very versatile. He has a lot of options. OG Sisters, you know, just the amount of explosive pop-off. And here's what's crazy, is she has so many unique cards. She has so many 2-ofs. Does she have more 2-ofs than any?
That. Yeah.
I think she has more 2-ofs than anybody.
No. Invisible Man is the master of 2-of. He is only 2-of.
No. He has a lot of 2-ofs, but he has... I don't know if he has less 2-ofs than she does. Or more 2-ofs than she does.
Pretty sure he only has 2-ofs. What does he have 3 of? I guess the slip away.
Yeah, slip away, covert preparation.
That's it, right? She's got 1, 2, 3.
Okay,
4.
Invisible Man.
She's got 3 copies.
But also because you're drawing so many cards, it makes up for the inconsistency.
Agreed. Correct.
That's what's crazy. It's like she feels so consistent because and your opponent has to keep that in mind. If you're playing Philippa as like maybe not like mindless aggro, but like tempo pushing it, attacking, you know, multiple times a turn. If you can, you know, then you have to be aware of the fact that, you know, even though they just played the first copy of Cunning, they've already drawn through half their deck. So there's a pretty good chance that she may have the second copy of Cunning or of Do My Bidding, right? Yeah. Ongoing scheme is amazing. Really, really good.
So, yeah, and she can do fatiguey.
She definitely can.
She can do. Now
so
her
crazy.
values are so low, but man, she's got some interesting stuff. She's a Do My Bidding that D-Sir can play. Very cool.
Yeah, very, very cool.
Cunning. So many discards. How many discards do we have? We have.
How many 2-for-1s you mean?
How many times is she taking your card? This card.
That card is
gonna ruin your day.
Ruins your life.
That's so beautiful.
It makes D-Shra the best sidekick probably in the set, and one of the best sidekicks in the game.
Yeah,
because of that.
It is. You know,
it's a triple pass.
Yeah.
It's so she has the most passes in the game if you do it.
Yeah, because you're making them and then they're drawing. You're making them draw, is what you're saying, right?
Yeah. So you make them discard 2, and then you make them draw 2, and you play to pass.
Yeah. Now it's important that it does it this way because your opponent needs if they didn't get the cards back, if it was just a Sherry scheme, you would destroy them because of your aggro. Like the 4-card draw thing, you would just go, and they would never catch up.
Well, no action gain, but yeah.
Yeah. Correct.
You don't have. It's not like a wish where you just make them discard 2 and then you can attack them.
Sherry's doesn't either.
I'm just saying that like.
So if she has Sherry's scheme, then that's not as it would be too powerful because she would take their cards, and then attack with owl form, and then draw back up to 4. You know, that's what I'm saying. It's like
I see
the because of the
if they
4
end
draw,
in your zone,
it's just bop, just really really dangerous.
Mm-hmm.
But because they get to draw back up, it's like okay, the opponent's actually enjoying that draw back up because of who he's fighting against. The Cunning. This is really cool. It's a really incredible card.
So good.
It's a 4-value versatile. It's an any, and your opponent may discard 1 card if they don't deal 2 damage to the opposing fighter. So you either full block, and then they have to discard to not take 2 damage, or you're dealing with the 2 damage, or if you attacked with it, it's guaranteed 2 damage, right? Guaranteed. Or again, you're getting it's a 2-for-1. Like it's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Playing this as a defense
for
D-Stra or you, it feels really really good. Because they want to deal the damage. They're coming to kill you.
But they're spending 2 cards on offense, and then they have to be prepared for your double attack next turn, which will come.
Right. Yep.
So it's just the amount of 2-for-1s on defense that she has. Mm-hmm. Wukong has a lot of 2-for-1s on offense. She has so many 2-for-1s on defense. And also just...
Yeah, well...
We'll get to these.
I want to do
these are
right
different
now because of this combination. So
yeah.
Those are cool, right? Those are a lot of discard. Now look at all the times that she gets to look at your hand, and hand knowledge is huge,
and
especially when you have a beast form.
Yeah.
So she gets to look at your hand, like basically, right? If you're using this when they have 4 cards, that's the time to do it.
Mm-hmm.
At the start of the game, they have 5 cards. You're not seeing 1 card. Who cares?
Mm-hmm.
Do My Bidding. You gotta look at their hand again, and it's an any, right? So now if you get all 4 of these off, you've looked at their hand 4 times throughout the game. That's a lot of knowledge. If you're on a map where you have the token to look at their hand, also the raft, I think.
Best defense in the game still.
Do My Bidding.
I think it might be
top. It's top.
It might
3
be
probably best defense. Yeah, it's.
Tesla's sometimes is. Tesla's X-ray radiation.
Ignoring value is still better. right? The feint and ignore value is better, but do my bidding is
But you need
awesome.
coils. Do my bidding is
so
just
good.
always good. It is so disruptive. Hand knowledge. I made you play a defense on offense. Probably. I probably took your feint.
Feint. Right. Against most fighters, it's very good. There are when you're playing against someone with do my bidding, and you're playing against a Dracula or Philippa, I think you do have to attack a certain way. You have to change how you do things.
Yeah.
Maybe you're limiting it to where if you're attacking, thinking they have it, you only have X amount of attacks in your hand. Maybe you can only throw that one card, then you've planned really well. So there are ways around it.
Pairs also really quick before
They're-
we pairs very well with this as well, because you can play do my bidding later game, and Philippa is a little squishy. She's only got 12 starting health, but if you can maximize your healing, you can maximize your healing if you need to by taking a high value attack with do my bidding, getting yourself very low, and then healing up from 1 or 2 health. But you can also know exactly that it's going to happen.
Right.
Whereas with some other fighters who have something like this.
Yeah, this will help you find lethal as Philippa. If you, let's say you have the owl form guaranteed.
Oh, also
You
owl
know,
form it.
You
sure.
you can play that, increasing up in 2. Basically gives you a +2 on your attack of owl form. Pretty cool.
Yeah.
By the way, I'm guessing it cut out, Sean, because we had like 16 viewers, and then in 1 second it dropped down to 2.
Oh man.
It was weird. So I'm guessing it cut out, and a lot of people had to not. I don't know.
It can't be because we started talking about Philippa.
No, it's not Phil.
It's
no,
definitely not because of
It
Philippa.
was at the end of Ciri. It was like the great Ciri rundown. I look over and it's like 2, but now we're back at 8. So yeah, it must have cut out for you guys. So that's weird. Polymorphy. Let's talk about polymorphy for a second, because this is such a cool card. Mm-hmm. You get to move. You get to misform, right? But you're not gaining action. So there's the give and take. You're misforming, going where you want, wherever the heck you want, and as long as you end in their turn,
End in their zone. Yeah.
end in their zone, you are getting 5 movement.
You become a ranged Sinbad.
You can take anybody. Yeah, you can always get them. Second action attacking, of course, can be risky if you're getting moved, if they have to guarantee move. If it's a skirmish, just make sure you're hitting with a regicide or owl form. But it's awesome. It makes so you can just keep going. Mm-hmm. Owl form combo into thank you. Against 1 value sidekicks, guys. Owl form with a lightning bolt or a chain lightning.
Yep.
And you have literally
Wiped out
just
sidekicks.
wiped out all of their sidekicks turn 1.
Guess what? You're playing against Electra.
Mm-hmm.
Best fighter, second best fighter maybe in the game. You go turn 1. Polymorphy. Into their zone.
Make sure you pick a map.
Yeah. Make sure you pick a map you can do this.
Although, but she can't pick the map. So there, maybe 3 sidekicks is the answer, because 4 sidekicks.
You might not be able to get into their
You
zone.
might be getting the zone, right?
But you can, let's just say in Super Fantasy Funland.
Okay.
Turn 1.
Yes.
You pop into their zone,
Yep.
and you lightning bolt them, and you attack a sidekick, and there's nothing they can do, and you just dealt Electra and all your sidekicks 1 damage, and now she has nothing.
Incredible.
And then you tempo out Electra, and then all of a sudden she's on to her second life, and she's only played like 6 cards, 7 cards probably.
She can beat Electra.
I genuinely think she can.
I'm confident, and we've said that about a lot of fighters, and they never do it.
It's so funny.
We've said it about so many fighters, and it never happens. She can do it.
She probably can.
And I would bet 2 nickels that it can happen. I'm confident she can do it.
Yeah, but like, what if you don't get that turn 1 play? Still, how are you?
It
doesn't matter. You have so many zone clears.
No, you are going
You
to
have 5
mess up her day.
5 zone clears. You will be able to kill all of her sidekicks, and you don't need to.
Ready for a sneaky? If you guys see this in live play, say, "Oh, Captain Crockpot mentioned that." Sneaky fatigue gameplay. First action attack with your Spellbreaker. Why would you? Probably wouldn't. But
You
hey,
should never do that.
Sneaky fatigue play.
Don't ever listen to him.
Do it. Do it. I have done that before, and I did win that game.
Nice.
But one time, who knows? I haven't done it since. It's not optimal. Don't do it. This is an interesting card. We talked about it, but we didn't. I don't know if you did. You might have. I was dreaming about something.
Mm-hmm.
The set your health to 5, very interesting because, it's. Do you play it when you're at 4 health? No. Do you play it when you're at 3 health? Maybe. If you don't, are you gonna die?
Well,
do you play it when you're at 2 health? You should, right? Did you get down to 1 health? Heck yes. 4 healing. Let's go. So it's a cool card.
And there have been multiple times playing Philippa where you can because of do my bidding or because you just know what they have.
Oh yeah, do my bidding set up into the heal. Heck yeah.
I did say that already, but you can do that or you just know what they have left. Mm-hmm. And you're like, okay, it's probably this, and the most I'm going to take is whatever. And so, you get down to 1 or 2, and all of a sudden now you get a 3 value healing pass.
Right.
And that's great.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
And then, guys, Regicide. It's just so good.
Just a great attack.
I don't know why it's so good, but it feels so good. Mm-hmm. It feels better than most 6s. It
feels better than Owl Form.
Maybe it's because of her card draw. And her ability just to keep the hand always.
Sure.
It's an any also.
Dijkstra can throw it if you need to send in Dijkstra at the end of the game.
You can annoy them so much with Dijkstra. You've gotten your maybe you've gotten your schemes off.
You've made them play so many cards.
In there.
Yeah.
They hate him with a seething passion, but they don't want to kill him because he's already gotten his value. Why would I do that? So you just attack them and attack them and attack them.
And then they attack Dijkstra. And then you play Do My Bidding with Dijkstra.
Yeah, or Redanian Plot.
You make them play.
You make them hate their life.
Bigfoot gets so mad he throws a 6 into Redanian Plot.
Yeah.
And then you make him discard another card.
It's great. Owl Form, I don't know if we actually showed it yet, but this is what Owl Form does, guys. It's like the Beast Form. It's a 3. It is interesting that 2 fighters from the sets have the Beast Form-esque thing. Ciri with her
Channel the Source.
Yeah.
Can get huge.
No, that's a Jekyll. That's a Jekyll version, but
because it's specific cards but +2. This is any card +1.
Yeah. But this is interesting because you have the automatic. I can chuck my hand and not care because I can draw up to 4 at the end.
Yeah.
The number of times that you have to decide, do I throw away these 4 incredible cards and deal 4 damage, like actually 4 damage, or do I not do it and keep these 4 awesome cards? It's guys, that happens a lot, and you'll have to decide. Of course, if you're throwing the Owl Form, you should have an answer for that before you go into the throw. Just think about that beforehand. But awesome. And then these 2 defenses.
Yeah, so these are just some of her other sneaky cards. One of my favorite cards in her entire deck.
So cool.
And one of my favorite things to do with it is to discard either Paralyzing Fetters if you're going more aggro and you're not going to need that defense, you think?
Because you'll be dealing them 3 damage because of the boost value.
Right, you discard a card after combat and deal damage equal to the boost value. Yep. So maybe they attacked you for a 4, you took 2, you dealt them 3 in return.
Right.
Or a 5, 3/3. It's a trade. But one of my favorite things to do is to discard Owl Form.
For guaranteed 3.
Because it's guaranteed 3.
Right.
Because now you just attacked over the top of a value block. You just had a 7 value Owl Form, essentially. And so...
You can do that 3 times, 2 times?
You can do it twice.
So you 6 damage there.
6 auto damage there. If you get all your auto damage onto one fighter with your...
Lightning bolts and your...
Chain lightnings. That's another 5.
Yep.
So that's 11. And then if you are able to somehow... You can force a cunning. You can force cunning if they don't have a card to discard.
Right.
Which happens more often than not.
Or if it's your first action attack and they have 2 cards on defense, you attack with cunning, they defend.
It's a great.
What are they going to take an
attack.
Owl Form to the face? No. So they take the 2 damage. There you go.
So then you dealt
guarantee the 2 damage. Yeah, that's beautiful.
So it's potentially 15 auto damage that you can get with Philippa. And that's not including all of the undefended attacks that you're probably going to land. You're going to probably land at least 2.
You're hitting at least a regicide, right? You're hitting 2 regicides for, let's say it's 2 damage each. 19 damage.
And then at least probably 1 or 2 undefended other attacks.
Now, where this plan... Yeah, I think that's a very good way to play it for sure. Where this plan can be halted a bit are the low values.
Sure.
The low values, the low health. She's at 12 health, guys. 12 health is very low. But she just has, like, guys, look at these defenses. Like, these are...
Dude, Paralyzing Fetters, and Yennefer and Triss also have this, but they have 3 copies. Paralyzing Fetters turns a potentially 8 value Khonshu attack into a 3.
Yeah, we've seen how good we've seen how good this card is in Jill Trent's deck.
It's so good.
It's incredible. That stops so many attacks from getting better.
Yep.
And the more fighters that come out, there's a lot of cards that do that. A lot of effects that have that.
And against uncancelable fighters.
Do my bidding.
Such a good card.
Cancel, end your turn.
Just the disruption that she provides. So auto damage, the ability to trade and guarantee positive trades. Tempo, the best tempo fighter in the game, easily.
2 for 1.
Crazy 2-for-1 value.
Or ignore.
Crazy value game, and
4 value block.
And potentially highest passive
1.
fatigue in the game.
Auto damage. It's really fun. Super fun way to play.
Very high ceiling. Similar to Titania.
High ceiling. Yeah.
Similar to similar to that.
Well, if we haven't sold you on how much we like her, I don't know what will.
I will say that I think she is going to require some like decision making. But I think if you just play like, if you could easily win with value, and sometimes selling out for the owl form, like having that as an option, like your opponent always has to be aware of that.
And let me guys listen. If you're playing for fun, sell out for the owl.
Sell out for the owl form is pretty awesome.
Incredible. It is so fun.
And you're like on defense too. You're like it's a 3. It'll be a 6 maybe. No. Yeah. So often it's like a 9.
Yeah.
Or a 10, and you're like, oh, I forgot that you can do that.
And then we're not even factoring in, guys, with all these things we're talking about. We're not even factoring in all the Marvel maps and the beautiful things that can happen. Okay, this happened, I believe. It might have been on stream. You guys might have seen it. Dijkstra scheme. I think it's Hell's Kitchen, most likely. Right, that's my jam. Hell's Kitchen. Dijkstra scheme. Bring it back in. Next turn. Dijkstra scheme. Because I got 2.
Did you really?
I'm pretty sure I did it to you. I'm pretty sure that there's the Raptor game. Or
you didn't Dijkstra scheme.
Did I not?
I don't think you Dijkstra scheme.
I might have been able
times.
to or something. But like, guys, that's the dream, right? If it wasn't against you, it was somebody else. You can bop and just make. Oh, it was Greg's against Greg's at his house. He did not.
He did not like that.
He did not like that.
You played 3 triple passes.
I want to say I did. And I want to say that it was a quick one.
Dude, that's the thing too.
It was Leshen or something.
She can turn on the jets like Genie, but she never has to approach if she doesn't. I don't think she
gets to control.
She can control initiative, which is so. I actually have that in my notes here. Her ability to throw initiative, push it on you, and then all of a sudden, now I have to approach Philipa. And then I move next to Philipa, and she ends my turn.
And she's ranged.
Move 5 ranged.
But guys, this is why she's such a well-made fighter. She's not S tier.
No, she's not.
She's not S tier.
Because she's still squishy. She can lose out to values.
She's probably not an A tier. She might be A tier. She's like close to A, probably.
She's definitely A.
You think she's A now?
Yes.
That's how big your A is, I guess.
I think it also is like.
How many fires do you have in
A? Like, not like a whole lot.
How many fires do you have in S?
Not a whole lot. I think I have like 4.
So you have her top 10?
Out
of all the fires in the whole galaxy.
We actually don't do it like that anymore, sir.
No,
we do top, high, mid.
Right.
I have her high mid. So below high.
Yeah, that is B.
She's not. Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Then she's B.
Then I agree with you.
And B is better than we think.
B is better than we think. And
she's B plus. B plus A minus.
Yeah, I think she's in B for sure. But she's not in B. This is why I like the new system, because she's not in B. She is in high mid. I agree with that sentence.
I have her at 15 in the game right now.
15. Wow. I don't have her that high.
I keep moving her up just because I feel like with.
I love how you had her so low.
I know.
You had her so low, and I was like here. I might have done like this little move here, and you were like, and then past me.
Well, just because I started actually seeing the potential. You know what it was is you played her first, and you did so poorly.
Oh.
That I was like, she can't be good.
That's hilarious. I'm not going to disagree with that. I'm not gonna disagree with that. It was definitely not optimal play.
But you were also playing against Yennefer, which is like,
it was probably
just the more I see, I think with optimal high level creative play, you can do so much with her.
Grab a bathtub and
and him,
yeah,
the White Wolf, the butcher of Blaviken himself. I'm gonna grab some water.
Yeah, can you wrestle me up some water too? Hey guys, we're gonna take a little break. We'll see you guys back in 60 seconds for some water. If I can find it. Yeah, I'm gonna give you guys a little. Here it is.
Sorry if I scared you. Thanks for watching the video. This video takes a lot of time to make, and I just wanted to let you know there are a couple ways you could help me out so I can continue making content like this. Of course, you can comment, like, and subscribe. That's hugely appreciated. But also you can support me at patreon.com/Captain Crockpot. And also, if you look down below, there's links to almost everything in this video, from the games to my video setup to my unmatched storage solution. It's all available because I totally back it 100%. And I want you to be able to have it. Most of the links are Amazon. I'm an Amazon affiliate, so I will make a small percentage. I wouldn't give you guys any recommendations that I would not buy myself. And most of everything that is in there, I have bought myself. Continue watching. Thank you for your support, and I'll see you guys real soon. Bye.
Oh my goodness. Woo! You don't know how good water is until you haven't had it for 2 hours. Alright. Oh no. We've got Geralt. You know what's funny? When we're talking about these fighters, we don't have any of their character cards. But it's okay. We assume you know what they are.
You should if you don't.
And if I'm wrong, I'll apologize.
I don't. When I say you should if you don't, I just mean go buy the set. Go buy the sets.
Yeah.
We're not paid.
You're not paid. I wish.
But
how cool would that be?
That'd be awesome.
Goodness. Sets and payment.
But
that'd be
the dream.
I'd just be working for Restoration Games, I guess. At that point.
Yeah.
Okay.
I go back and forth on who's better, Geralt or Philippa. But
I think so. I think that it will be matchup dependent. He is going to be way more consistent because
potentially,
arguably,
yeah.
I think he's going to be consistent.
But
I'm sure that his deck is like all three card copies almost. No,
less needs to go right for him.
And he gets to set up his little.
But Philippa can just what are you gonna do?
What are you gonna do, huh?
What are you gonna do? You're gonna go attack Philippa? No.
Don't forget about it.
That's the thing is game planning for Philippa is so hard. You know, you can't aggro her down. You can't run away.
You can't do it.
You can't hide your cards from her. She'll make you play the ones that you don't want to play, and then she'll take the ones that you do want to play and remove them.
Yeah, and she'll make you spend the good cards.
And she'll make you spend, if you spend a good card, you'll have to discard another card in order to even get it to resolve.
It's wild.
So, yeah. And she'll draw through her deck she'll draw through her entire deck before you draw through half of yours. So if, you're really doing it.
What are we doing?
But Geralt doesn't have to do that. He can just outvalue almost anybody. Kind of like Jill, I think, is a very good comparison, but just more attack focused, more offensively focused Jill. Whereas Jill's a little bit more defensive.
He He is an interesting fella. Let's put it that way.
I love Geralt so much.
Yeah,
He's
you
so
definitely
fun.
like him more than I do.
Yeah.
I like him a lot. I haven't played him very much. There were some fighters that I gravitated towards, Philippa and Leshen. And then you gravitated towards Eredin, Geralt.
And now Philippa.
And now you've also added in Philippa.
Yeah.
I have not played him very much. For me, so I really the things I love about Leshen, Ciri, Philippa are choices. There's so many choices. It feels like there's less choices with Geralt. The choices are at the front end, right? Which gear do I take in? But it's really straightforward. It's you're gonna go in, you're gonna smack, walk, smack, walk, smack, walk, smack. You're probably gonna win. And it's more Bigfooty than Jill Trent, than Little Red. Those are the games that I like. Those are the characters I like, where you have like really I got some choices to make, and it's more Bigfooty. There are more choices than Bigfoot, but not as much.
So, I disagree.
I love it.
So, on paper, yes, he's linear. He's a move 2 melee fighter, and he doesn't have any move through opposing fighters or
Yep.
he does have action gain, but he doesn't have
Situational action game, which is really cool.
Yeah, very situational action gain. But a few things that make him, as a linear fighter, make him very functional and way more viable than even a lot of non-linear fighters who are really good, you know? Like Luke Cage, for example. Luke Cage is pretty linear also, but very viable. Because he's always dangerous. Geralt's another one of those fighters where you can find your damage so easily. Not just you can do brute force damage.
Correct.
You have a good amount of auto damage, zone clearing. You can be incredibly disruptive with your gear selection. So the key...
But that's, I mean, what you're saying is, for me, it's further what I'm saying. It's just reinforcing what I'm saying. You're going to find your damage. It's going to happen.
Yeah, but I'm not in a Alice kind of way, or an Achilles kind of way.
Not in an Alice way, in a Golden Bat kind of way. This is going to happen.
In a you can't stop it.
You can't stop it. Now, the only way you can stop it is if you're Wukong. If you are...
that's the thing.
If you're Wukong, if you are Ingen, if you're like... That's the kind of thing that his weakness is... Anybody that's Bigfoot's weakness, I think, is his weakness. Kind of. It's like, I haven't looked at it. Don't quote me on that. But
Sure.
That's what it feels like, right? Where it's like, this is the game we're playing. I'm coming at you, and I'm going to hit you hard. I have more ways to do that. I can actually much easier clear out your sidekicks. I can more easily do even more damage than Bigfoot can.
I can, do more damage than Bigfoot. You have more disruption with Dandelion. Dandelion must be killed. Unfortunately, he's very easy to kill. But
yeah, super easy to kill. Six cards that are playable for Dandelion.
But very important to get rid of.
Super important cards to get rid of, guys.
So just like some of the most meta-relevant fighters are Luke Cage, Achilles, Bigfoot, Moon Knight.
So you guys, the stream just dropped you guys again. I don't know why that's happening. I'm sorry that it's happening, but I guarantee you guys are going to comment right now that the stream just kicked you out again. And it's at 10:54 my time. Let me write that down just for you guys. 10:54. You got kicked again. So yeah, Dandelion has 6 playable cards, and this is the one that you have to watch out for.
Yeah.
This is what you mulligan for.
100%, I think is probably what you mulligan for.
It's like the Shuri scheme of your situation.
Yeah, very, very disruptive. You can remove their probably defenses. Yeah. Or just key cards.
Best card. Take out the best cards, and then it's gonna help him stay alive a little bit longer. Maybe you get another turn out of him.
Before we talk about any more cards, can we talk about the gear? selection, because I do think that's the bread and butter of Geralt, what makes him so good, even as a linear fighter, right? He sure will struggle into the multi sidekicks a little bit, but he has ways of getting to them more. He has more ways of getting to the hero through sidekicks than a lot of people, with positional swaps, with auto damage, with action gain, ending your turn, and then replaying certain cards. What makes Geralt so versatile is customizing your gear, which is his whole thing, and then being able to go and get it from your card deck as a pass,
right,
whenever you need, if you have a Witcher Senses. So he can actually play. I don't think he's mindless aggro. He's more like Bigfoot and Moon Knight, I think, in that way, than like Luke or potentially Achilles once Achilles gets angry. Achilles becomes very linear. Luke Cage, for the most part, is pretty linear, other than Where's My Money and, his potential recursion and just overall high values, lots of draw. Geralt, though, can keep up. He can play a defensive or offensive game. He can keep replaying incredible defenses. This card against Yennefer and Triss, for example, you can play that over and over again, ignore their value, and cancel effects. You full block anything that Yennefer and Triss throw, which is crazy, and cancel the effects.
The opposing fighter
is not adjacent
to Geralt. Ignore the value of opponent's card. We have not. We haven't played enough where that's even happened. I don't think.
No,
we've been practicing with melee. Wow.
But just think about that.
Huge.
How many meta-relevant ranged fighters are there, and how a cancel is almost always good at them, and on top of that, Tesla, right? Your 5 is now.
Yeah.
5's gone.
That's so good. That's very good.
And then this defense, just for
Robin Hood,
dude,
can't bounce out of your. You can't bounce away if your turn's over.
Can't bounce. Yep. Witches can't cast a spell.
Can't.
Not that matters.
Right.
Because he would absolutely ruin them.
Shakespeare can't get
your line doesn't get resolved. Ending your turn is in some cases even better than canceling the effects.
And it's at least a 1. It's at least a 3.
It's at least a 1. And then on top of that, if you really, really had to, you can play each of these 4 times over the course of a game.
Yeah, right.
4 almost, not ultimate defenses, but in a lot of cases, pretty dang close.
Because of this guy.
Because of Witcher Senses.
And what you do, guys, I saw some questions about this in the last time we played the game. Always use this
to get from your deck.
To get it from your deck first. This is not one of those situations where it's oh, which one should I do? I mean, I guess you could argue if you've got a window right now and it's the window's closing and I need to do this thing right now and my both of my attacks are in my discard already
and I have to attack, and
it's I need to make sure this is it. Then do it. Then go for it. But
the
best way to play it,
yeah,
always
get from your
besides that is to go from your deck, because then you are getting extra passes. Then this is going back in
you
your
can
deck.
play it again as a pass.
You can play it again as a pass, and you can do the things that you want to do later.
Yeah.
It's kind of the best way usually for Golden Bat to use his castles. His scheme is to bring out to put a castle into his deck.
Fortress,
right, your fortress, whatever it's called.
Something, yeah.
So you throw that in there, and now because then you're helping yourself get that more often.
Mm-hmm.
You're getting the movement, you're getting the 4 movement and the +2 attack more often.
And then Golden Bat is just a move 4 +2 attack.
Right, because of this card.
Yeah.
And then when you need to at the end, then you start putting in the other cards that you actually want in there.
Mm-hmm.
Can you play it other ways? Yes, you can. You could immediately recur a feint if you want to, but if you're attacking, there are certain things that are this just feels better. This feels better when you throw it into your when you're drawing from your deck and then putting it back into your deck.
Yep. And if you really, really had to, boost value 3. Oh, also, just the other thing, linear fighter, but he can get anywhere because he has the highest boost values of any
in the game.
In the game of any fighter.
Yep.
So many boost 3s and some boost 4s if you really, really had to, but you'll never do it.
Sword of Silver.
So the swords, right?
He's got 2 choices.
2 choices. We'll talk Sword of Steel first because I think that should be
less frequently used potentially.
It's
sorry, Steel. Yes, sure. Talk about it, but I believe it's gonna be more used than the other one.
Yeah, I think it's your default Sword of Steel because of the pop-off potential. And, you know, your opponent does definitely want to feint this because you then get either a bunch of card draw or, you know, you can attack a bunch of times in a turn, which I think is the ideal. And what I've done before is, you know, wait till I have both of these and then they come in, I end the turn with my defense, and then I play Witcher Senses, and I go for my Scheme, which draws me 2 cards, gains me an action, and then I have 2 actions where I can attack you twice with Sword of Steel, and you rebuild your entire hand, and you attack them 4 times in a turn, 5 times in a turn, with big, meaningful attacks, not like Genie, where you're kind of attacking with a lot of little chip. Mm-hmm. He's attacking you 4, 5, 7, 6 auto
huge
damage. And then, so that is obviously a very scary thing, and I just kind of almost always good. If you're going to be playing a longer, more value-oriented game, I think that silver is kind of slept on. I think it's better than people give it credit for.
Sometimes you don't want to gain the action.
Sometimes you don't.
If you want to play more of that fatiguey, slower, just hit hard, walk away kind of stuff. Less of a hunter, more of a
just value game.
Just let me hit you and make you have to come at me. Because initiative because you're bleeding.
Let's not go for combo. Let's just deal you more damage than you're going to deal to me, and not overdraw, and not deck out.
Yep.
Geralt, don't get me wrong, he can play a decent tempo game. He has card draw if he wants it. He has action gain if he wants it. But I think he doesn't necessarily need to. He can kind of just outvalue you and hunt you down at his pace. And this card, just having it, is such a threat. You know, even if your fighter only has your standard set of 4 or 3 skirmishes. And there are a lot of fighters who have more than 3. Well, not a lot, but a good amount of fighters who have at least 3. But you can kind of look at this as guaranteed damage, basically. If they block 4 or higher, it's 4 damage, which is an insane punish and something that the opposing fighter always has to play around.
Right.
So having that threat, you know, you kind of want to feint Geralt's stuff.
Right. I was going to say, like these 2 attacks, you definitely want to feint, right?
Right.
You absolutely want to feint his Rend. Which is so
it's probably
so
a
graphic.
6.
Love it. And you definitely want to feint his Igni
because it's 2 damage through anything. So even if you block with a skirmish, it's deal 2 damage to the opposing fighter.
If this is an attack he's throwing, which is probably not, but if he is, you want to feint that. And if you attack with this, probably not also, but you want to feint that. What you don't want to feint, which this is usually not being used in this case. Usually, what the plan is this: you attack with the Rend, and then you slammy whammy with this.
I did that, and sometimes it's good if you can land an undefended 7. That's awesome. But usually, I would say
sure.
Boost with that
because he's already dead.
Because he's probably dead.
He's already dead. You already got your
right. Boost with. Either of your schemes are boost 3s. Either of your defenses are boost 3s.
Right, so many boost values. And then you have your 5. Yeah, I agree with that. Take back what I said.
Or Igni,
but
if you're playing against Eredin.
But you can hit up to 7 if you want to.
If you're playing against Eredin, just boost with Igni, because you're never going to get Igni through, because it's not combat damage.
Right.
And
right.
Eredin
Again,
doesn't...
situational for sure. But yeah, this 4, it's just, it can be...
It's
be very good.
Typically guaranteed at least 1 damage, basically.
Yep.
So it's a great guaranteed lethal.
And you can potentially get that 4, and if you do, it
is just
lights out.
It is crazy how, and oftentimes, like, if you line up 1, All you got to do. And skirmish is one of the most commonly played defenses because it's defensive movement and it's value blocking. And it never feels bad to play. Until this.
Right.
This is the ultimate skirmish punish. And then also, if you're Golden Bat, you defend with laughs at your feebleness through the 5. You defend. And then we tried Jill. Jill has, 7, I think. 4 value blocks.
Daisy has 7.
Daisy has 7. 4 or higher. And she never needs to play them, really. But against, like, Achilles. He value blocks with a, Achilles heel. Now Achilles heel is, like, the scariest card to play because they just dealt you 4 damage.
He'll never play it, right? You can't. It's just unplayable at that point.
But, like,
you literally can't.
Sometimes you might have to.
Yeah, but you don't. You just can't.
You can't play it because then now it's a sort of silver and steel because you just gained
dealt 4 damage
and you gain an action. You dealt 4 damage. So I do think it's underrated because of the guaranteed damage.
I just don't.
Aspect
I don't know
of
if I'll ever bring it in. I gotta play more, but I don't know if I'll ever bring it in. I think Sword of Steel.
I've had more success with silver than steel.
I mean, obviously, okay.
Weirdly enough,
the only matchup is 100% bringing this one in is Leshen. 100% always bring this one in. Don't even worry about Sword of Steel. In no world do you want to bring it in. But I think every other matchup.
Sword of Steel.
Maybe Bigfoot. Maybe Bigfoot you bring in.
Bigfoot you bring in silver
as well.
I think steel, like.
But steel, man.
Steel is scary.
You gain the action.
You gain the actions, but sometimes
you attack, dealt the damage, gain the action. Let's say they ran away. You maneuver in, attack again. Now they're down 2 cards.
You basically gained a turn.
You dealt them 4 or 5 damage.
You gained a turn basically. You skipped their turn, which it's huge. It's a crazy swing. So both are really good attacks, is what we're trying to say, and there's an argument to be made for either one.
Okay, another argument in the favor of silver.
Yeah.
Ready? Here's the argument. Here's an argument for deck order potentially matters more for Sword of Steel.
Right. Because you might not want to go.
If it's buried, then they might already be lower than 8 health. And if it's lower than health, it's just a 4 blank.
Well, this action.
This never cares. No, it doesn't say that?
Yeah, if you're lower than 8,
you do gain action. Okay,
you still gain 1.
You gain 1 action. This one, you
still
never
a good
worry
attack.
about it. You never worry about it.
That one's just always online, always a threat.
As long as they throw a 4.
Which I like.
Or higher.
I like the idea of that as being just like, in the back of my mind, now I can't play my value blocks. What am I going to do? Am I going to, feint? I just took 3 damage with a 5.
That's right. The threat of the card, and that's the huge thing, is the threat of the card, with a lot of fighters, a lot of cards, the threat of the card is more dangerous than the card itself.
Yes.
Than you playing the card, right?
Makes it hard to play optimally against them.
I played a beautiful game of Wukong into Daredevil practicing for for HS's game, right, for Team League. He was Daredevil, I was Wukong because the other team was Wukong. And somehow I got to where I had thrown 2 7s immediately, and then I recurred them back into my hand, and I didn't throw them again for the next 15 attacks.
Right, because now he knows that you.
Every single attack he had to block. The threat of it was so much more. Now guess what? He still won because he's freaking Daredevil.
Because he's Daredevil.
But it was very close. Okay.
Yeah.
It was very close. I played it so well. But the threat of it is.
And then conversely, right? Attack with a 7. You just always attack, and you never play your Jingo Bongs.
Now we're just talking about Wukong.
Now we're just talking about Wukong. No, but it's just the threat of Jingo Bong is crazy, right?
Yep.
I just played a skirmish in a Jingo Bong. Oops, now I have to play another skirmish.
Oh yeah, oh my gosh.
Okay,
let's get away from Wukong.
Sorry,
yeah,
but just
he's very fun.
And you never play Jingo Bong.
I had a blast playing him.
He's so much fun.
So good.
Still such a broken fighter.
He's not broken. He's a very good fighter. He's very well made.
He's so good. But yeah, so Geralt overall just very strong, will be insanely consistent because you have so many playable defenses. I think you have probably 16 playable defenses, and then you can recur them if you need to. More than that in attacks, you can replay them if you need to. And if you don't have for some reason you really need a specific card or really fun mind games to play, right? You can tutor for Sword of Silver with this card, with Witcher Senses. And now all of a sudden they know you have your Sword of Silver in your hand.
Right. And
now
you hit the same mind games we just talked about.
And now you're like, oh shoot.
Right. So that is a great use again of the Sword of Silver. Is you have the Sword of Silver, you tutor into your hand. Dang it, I used your stupid word. Okay, you bring it into your hand.
It's
using
correct.
Witcher Senses, right? And now you never throw it, and
Yep.
you attack, and they are never blocking with the 4 or higher because
They're probably fainting.
Die.
They're probably fainting, and then you throw your 5s.
Sure, throw your 5. Throw everything else. Throw the kitchen sink at them. Throw your disciplined duelist.
Oh, dude, we never even talked about this yet.
We haven't gotten past the
we haven't gotten back to gear yet.
Really?
Yeah.
So, guys, we got gear. We got Blizzard. Draw 1 card. Move Geralt up to 3 spaces. Opponents can't gain actions. Discard this card at the end of your turn if you did not attack. Opponents cannot gain actions.
So, both of the ongoing abilities for Geralt, behind Eredin, these are probably the 2 best in the game. The 2 best ongoings, in my opinion. Because of their disruptive capability, and particularly disruptive...
Series. I like series better.
To each his own.
Yeah. It depends. It literally depends on who you're fighting.
But how often do those things screw up linear fighters?
Okay, you're saying so you're saying they're things for their kit. Well, I mean, literally, her doesn't work without it against a lot of people. So I think it's massively important. I think it's there. This is another reason why this whole set is awesome, because I think every fighter got the exact one they needed.
Yep. Oh, they were very, very well designed, I think.
Very well designed.
Especially Geralt, very good.
Besides Triss. She got the shaft.
She did get the shaft.
There's no she doesn't need boost. Guys, Triss's deck was not made for Triss. It was made for Yennefer.
Dude, I just thought about, like, what if you played... Sorry, we were talking about Triss all of a sudden.
Okay, yeah, sorry.
Let's get back. We can talk about it later. I'll just...
So Tawny Owl is draw 2 cards, gain an action, and then you wouldn't have to discard. So if an effect would cause you to discard from your hand, you may choose to ignore it. So you can choose to do it, which is weird, which is interesting.
I'll do it and then just not do it.
And then...
If it says you may discard, you basically just say no. Or you say, okay, I'll discard, and then you don't discard. And then voila.
We have to cross that. We have to figure that out legally.
I believe that's how it works, right? Like,
so there's a scenario where this is important. Oh, for
Philipa is a good one. Wukong's a good one where Wukong attacks with taunting laughter, right. And then you may discard a card. If you don't, then you ignore the value of your opponent's card.
Yeah. Yenenga.
Yenenga is a good one.
3. So what you're saying is basically you're just saying I am meeting the requirement of the thing.
I'm discarding a card, but then you don't actually do it.
Yeah. Okay, I agree with that.
And then all the force discard in the game.
So Yenenga, which one do you take? Do you take Tawny Owl or do you take Blizzard?
I think I take probably.
Do you want her to action gain, or do you want her to not make you discard? Because there's 4 discard that would be happening.
I think I probably take. I think I probably take discard.
And there's 7 action gains that could potentially happen. That's interesting. Cool. So would you be playing Fatigue or would you be playing aggro?
Well, I think I played like sort of. I have more passes than Yenenga.
We need to run that one at some point.
That'd be interesting. She has no feints.
Yeah.
She has a high health total.
Yeah.
I do think that
ignite her archers out.
I do think trying to just kill her is going to be tough. But yeah, Geralt can do damage. Also, we've found that just to be so cool is you can do damage to whoever you want. You have so many optional deal damage to an adjacent fighter or a fighter or deal 2 damage to the opposing fighter and all adjacent.
Right.
Or those kinds of things. So like Disciplined Duelist and Riposte,
Are we done with these?
Oh, sorry. Just let's finish that. Sorry, we get so easy.
There's a lot of paths for him to do a lot of things that he wants to do.
Yeah. So the disruptive capabilities of having this online and ongoing, especially if you're pushing the pace, now like against action game fighters or like Bloody Mary, all of a sudden can't have a 3-action turn ever.
Yeah.
Ever.
Yeah.
Raptors can't gain actions.
Oh my gosh.
Genie can't gain actions.
Yeah.
Although then your
I
wishes
think
are passes.
Okay, this is something to think about. Action gain for the fighters that have action gain is usually pivotal to their whole identity.
I agree.
And so that taking that away is massive, because if you're an action game fighter, that's your thing usually. Now, Jill Trent, she's got 2 cards, and there's some fighters that have certain action gains, but like you take that away, man, you're just cutting their legs.
Now their ability.
Bruce Lee's just a guy.
Bruce Lee's just a dude throwing threes.
He's just a dude bouncing. That's it.
Bruce Lee would get absolutely wrecked by Geralt. Now that I'm thinking about it, like just.
It would be like the Hollywood Tarantino movie. Once Upon a Time in Hollywood.
And you bring the end turns, so that even if Bruce Lee does somehow get in with an
Oh
action
my
gain, you just end his
gosh.
turn, or cancel. But I think you end the turn for sure.
And then you're action gaining against him. You're using his own power against him with the Sword of Steel.
That's like the craziest swing that I've ever done. Is you can't gain actions, and
But I can.
I gained 4
Yeah.
or 5. I gained 5 actions this turn.
So what is very unique to Geralt and very, very strong is the fact that he gets to choose. He gets to choose his ongoing effect.
And gear in general.
He gets to choose his gear in general, but you get to choose that
After knowing who you're playing
after knowing
against.
who you're playing, after knowing starting positions, map and starting positions.
Crazy.
Then you get to decide, you know what? Now I want this. That's pretty cool.
Yep. You might have one game plan, and also you might think you know what Geralt's going to do. If I'm playing against Geralt, I might think, obviously he's bringing this gear. Nope. He might throw a wrench into your...
He's like, you know what? I just don't want to be ambushed by the Raptors. I don't care if you gain actions.
Right. I don't care if you gain actions, but I don't want to I don't want to ever discard, and I want to draw 2 cards, gain an action, and then gain 5 more actions or 4 more actions.
That's interesting. Sort of steal into into the sisters or the Raptors. Just would never. You just gain 1 action always. Never more. That's cool. All right. That's enough. It's cool. It's a great decision. It's a fun decision. And it happens at the beginning, and then
Regardless, though, you just pick whatever is going to screw over your opponent the most.
Exactly.
And it just
you get to set it
becomes
up.
your game plan has to
He
change.
is also he's a fighter that you're going to. He'll be fun for Team League because of the way that Team League works, where you get to practice the matchup ahead of time. You get to figure out, oh, this is the kit I want to bring into this person. And I'm sure someone will at some point make an optimal. I might do it. An optimal. That'd be fun to do. Into every single fighter, what's the optimal kit? And we just go through. It would take a lot of brain power and time, but that'll be a fun thing. And then there's like this like Geralt cheat sheet of here's who we think would be, and is it guaranteed to be right? No, but it's probably a good. There's options. You got choices. Okay, let's get to some other cards. What do you want to talk about?
I think there's really only probably 2 more we really need to talk about. These 3 I think are really interesting. The riposte. So not only can Geralt hit for 5 and 6, 7 potentially, pretty consistently.
They can't see what you think they can see.
Okay, yeah. Sorry.
No, it's fine.
And then also, potentially ignore your value or combo off on you, with crazy, like 4 value action gain is pretty crazy, just if you think about it. But then on top of that, if your opponent has very high defensive values, you can rely on just you have a decent amount of auto damage potentially, or just, like Disciplined Duelist. What an interesting card.
And you know what? Disciplined Duelist, I guarantee you there are fighters that only have values 2, 3, or 4. I want to think about that. There's got to be fighters that don't have regroups and don't have 5s or higher. And that'll be really cool. Every time you play it, you're guaranteed the thing, as long as they're not, it's a feint attack. That would be interesting.
If you're attacking with it?
Defending or attacking, but whatever the scenario is that it works best in the matchup that we're
I don't know if there is.
hypothetically thinking about.
Sinbad only has 1/5.
But he has regroups.
Oh, true.
Regroup into disciplined duelist is awesome. That's a very good feeling.
Very good feeling, unless you're defending.
Then you're taking 3. That's true. Then you're taking 3.
So it's a solid attack that can either make your opponent discard, which feels very good, draw you a card, which might feel good, usually feels good, or deals a point of damage, no matter where they are.
Oh yeah, it feels good.
And ranged fighters, I will say, have more 3s than anybody. Like Yennefer, Tesla, Robin Hood, lots of 3 value. Tomoe, lots of 3 value stuff.
And sidekicks have a lot of 3s too.
Sidekicks have a lot of 3s. So
yeah, that's a good card. Then you got Igni, which we already talked about a little bit. Awesome card. 0 attack, but you're dealing 2 damage. It's guaranteed 2, so whatever they block with, imagine it as 2 higher than that, and that's the value of the attack, if you want to think about it in a magical way.
Typically, I would say, as long as it's not fainted, it's a 5 or 6.
Yeah.
It's really just a 5 or 6 value attack. And they just, and on top of that,
nuke everyone around you. And it's not based on winning the combat. It just happens.
It just happens. Oh, and even if they bounce away, you still do the 2 damage. So let's say you win combat with a skirmish, you still do 2, which is great. Although they could push you away.
Noteworthy, you could deal 1 damage to Dandelion because of that. You could also use that as, like, have Dandelion next to you, throw the attack. That way they're not thinking it's Igni, because
why would you
damage your guy? And then you ignied them, and they were blocking with the whatever. And then there's 2 Riposte, which we didn't talk about.
Riposte, sneaky good card. Like great for just clearing sidekicks. You know, you can attack one and deal 1 damage to another one, so you just kill 2 individuals with 1 attack. You know, so like mini Igni, or on defense you can do that. You know, defend Geralt a little bit and just deal some damage. He has a good amount of auto damage on offense and defense, to the point that the opposing fighter has to be wary of it. It's sort of like having a bunch of wily fightings in your deck, where you know they might be attacking you, but they might be taking enough damage in return to where they don't feel comfortable, because you're about to smack them with Geralt the next turn.
Right.
You know.
And then we've got this one. We've got Eredin. Very important card. Opposing fighter cannot leave their space this turn immediately, and then you get to move. So long range attacks you from 4 spaces away. First action,
you block for 2 and you know probably take 1 or 2 damage,
and you move closer to them, and then they're like, oh no, not like this. So they maneuver to get ready for the onslaught that's coming, and then you know,
or
dream.
Or Genie gains an action, attacks you.
Right.
You keep him there, and then you bounce out of his zone, and then you double maneuver.
Yeah, overdraws twice, and you're like, ha 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 ha. Actually, no, that wouldn't happen in that world, because you had to discard to gain the action, down to 6, and the attack was down to 5, so it doesn't matter.
But you still wait.
Any hoozle, it's Genie, and no one likes a Genie.
Against any melee fighter who's going to double attack you, though, that's pretty solid.
It is.
You know, it's a low value block, but you're preventing a double.
And guys, Darn You're Ugly is just a 5 versatile.
It's just so good.
With a 4 value boost, incredible artwork, no text needed. What are you doing? You know, guys, he's fun. 0 to 10. How fun?
For me, Geralt's probably like a 9 or a 10.
Okay.
I really like playing Geralt, just because, like, you have so many tools. You just have so many tools. Kind of like Moon Knight, kind of like Eredin. You just have so many options, and he's not quite as busted as like... He's definitely not busted, he's just good, and doesn't... other than the whole sidekicks thing, which honestly is not even that big of a weakness, because he has ways of dealing with them. You know, he's just doesn't really have any weaknesses.
Yeah.
It's just
was it Jill Trent though? There was the matchup that we played, and it was just
Jill
this
Trent
just felt bad.
Jill Trent felt bad, but like I think also you played it wrong.
Probably.
You went in with nothing a few times.
That sounds bad.
I remember you went in with like a no defense and you attacked me with your 5, and then I full blocked it.
Sometimes I
and
get
then
angry and I just have to go in.
You sometimes just have to go in. But I don't think too, like, Geralt can play a value game against Jill. He doesn't have to try. You can't aggro Jill, really. And also, that being said, Jill's a very good fighter and might be the best value fighter in the game. I think she might be the best value fighter in the game. As far as just having better values than your opponent always. Yeah, I think you might be the best. Eredin.
So hand me the Eredin mini. Right, quick guys, check that out. Check this guy out. What happens if I do that? Oh, nothing. So 0 to 10 for me for him.
Geralt?
For Geralt. 0 to 10. What would I say? What are we gonna rank him at? Dude, Eredin's good. Eredin's so good. He's so good.
Oh my gosh.
0 to 10, fun. As of right now, I've only played him probably twice. I think. I think that he'll end up somewhere at like 8 for me, but I'll go right now that he's a 7.
Yeah.
I'll stick with 7. Just because...
He doesn't really feel like your style, really.
Right. The initial part, the most fun I would have with Geralt almost every game would be deck building.
Yeah, sure.
Would be picking the cards, and they'll let someone else just run it, you know? But he doesn't seem like my fighter.
You don't like move to melee?
I do not like move to melee in general.
Generally, yeah. Achilles is maybe an exception, but even Achilles has kind of left a bad taste in your mouth, I feel like, recently.
I love Achilles. No. Don't you talk bad about Achilles. Don't you talk bad about She-Hulk. I love She-Hulk.
Yeah, but she's not melee.
I know. Yeah, sure. Yeah, I'll go 7 on him. All right, Eredin. While I'm putting these cards out.
Oh my gosh.
How do you feel about him?
He's like, he's so good.
Yeah.
Like, okay, so from the first moment.
From the first moment, you loved him immediately.
I loved Eredin immediately. And
I just didn't play him immediately. I would have loved him too.
Yeah, he's so. I don't even know where to begin.
Begin at the beginning.
So,
I was born a baby.
So Eredin's ability, if you guys don't know, is that once all of his little sidekicks are dead, the Red Riders, once they're dead, he becomes enraged, kind of like Achilles. Invincible. Which means invincible. Okay. So it's like a mix of Achilles and Khonshu and Electra. Basically what happens when you become enraged. So a lot of your card effects get better, and then all of your values, both on offense and defense, are perpetually bumped by 1. So basically, you're now everything is now a 1 value higher, and on offense and defense. So like Khonshu, but more versatily minded. And you also become a move 3. So now you can chase down people once you're angry.
Oh my gosh, these are just so crazy.
But they're so good. We'll talk about. There's a lot to talk about. But once you are enraged, unlike Achilles, you don't start drawing yourself to death. You can play the exact same game you were playing, except you're just now much stronger, and you're basically like a better Golden Bat.
Yeah.
Or a better, like a better
Mini
Moon Knight.
Khonshu.
Mini Khonshu is the best way to describe it, but you're always Mini Khonshu. Mm-hmm. Especially if you have your ongoing scheme, which I think we can agree is the best ongoing scheme.
Uh-huh. This is the best ongoing scheme. It's
so
good. Crazy. Because of how many fighters
rely on auto damage.
Need that auto damage, right? That stopping auto damage from happening just cripples.
So many people.
Watch the grand finals. Watch Titania versus Little Red, and that will give you a taste of what happens with Eredin.
Right.
Except, instead of having to just run away,
now Eredin can engage in combat and almost always win.
He will engage, and he wants to, and he will be hitting Little Red while she's running away, not doing anything because her defenses can't deal damage back or anything.
Oh, and she can't get away because he's a move 3.
Because he's a move 3.
With high boost values.
Yeah. It's
relatively high boost values.
Yeah, it's very cool. Very fun.
And he doesn't... The only weakness... Okay. He has 2 weaknesses that I found, and they're kind of not even real because...
Let me guess one of them. Ready?
Okay.
It has to be card draw when you're having to attack. That has to be a weakness if that's not mentioned.
That's sort of, but at the same time, you just like you're maneuvering, attacking.
Yeah.
Unless you're boosting potentially, so that could be.
So someone with card draw, because he doesn't have card draw on these cards. Besides, yeah, of course this one, but you also the 4-value boost.
But he also has card removal,
Yeah.
and he has.
Where's the here? Here are his card draws. This is a potential card draw if you ever.
Oh, and then obviously if you're playing the ongoing scheme, draws you a card, gains you an action.
And then this is so that one's a defense. If you're playing it, it's a 1-value block. If you're enraged, 1-value block, and you get to draw 2 cards. So it's a regroup
that you
guaranteed
to draw 2 cards,
which is very helpful
if you're playing aggro.
If you have that scheme especially up and you're playing aggro, very helpful. And then you got this card draw, which draw 2 cards, move each of your fighters 3, but it's a 4-value boost, and you don't want to play it.
And you really don't want to play it.
If you're enraged, you're throwing an 8 at them.
You're throwing a 4-value second shot.
4-value attack
with a 4-value
boost, and you got 3 of those. That's 3 8s that you're throwing. So why would you draw?
So we did this the other day, and it was insane how much guaranteed damage Eredin can have, or almost guaranteed damage Eredin can have. So let's say you fainting implacable is your best option, I would say.
Right, 2 damage.
2 damage.
And there's 3 copies.
And there's 3 copies. Probably what's happening is you're skirmishing or something like that.
Right.
Because you're trying to value block Eredin's just stuff generally, but implacable ends up being an 8. So you deal 4 damage over the top.
Yeah.
So let's
say you faint one of them.
Let's
say you faint 2 of them, and you take 4
from another one.
So you took 8 damage from 4 attacks or 3 attacks. So you're averaging a little over 3 damage per attack.
Okay, and then we got this one.
And we got Wild Hunt.
Wild Hunt, which is disgusting.
It's so good.
It is such a disgusting card.
And it's even good when you're not enraged, but it's unbelievable when you are enraged.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a super wily fighting, which if you see what they did, Wild Hunt, wily fighting, it becomes a 4-value block or attack, and it deals 2 damage to all adjacent fighters. You get pinned. You just killed Yenenga's archers and dealt 2 damage to Yenenga, or just think about it. It's just 2 damage
to adjacent. Yeah,
they attacked you. You full blocked or mostly blocked what they did, and then you dealt them 2 damage in return. Or you attacked them for 4.
Right.
They took 2 over with a feint, or they blocked with a 3 or a 4, and then took 2 damage anyways.
Yeah. So now let's just say we're at 8. That's gonna be 6. So that's 14. 14 damage right there. And now, let's say you hit one of these. You got 3 copies. Let's say you hit one of those.
That's the fun thing, is that you kind of want to feint Implacable. You probably want to feint Wild Hunt. You probably want to feint Backhand. Well, maybe not Backhand. Backhand's a 5. Becomes a 5. But it's random discard. Foul Purpose feels good to feint, because then you can't do whatever. But on the off chance you do feint an Eredin attack, and it's this,
then you're taking 3 damage, just straight up. So let's just add 3. We're saying
being
only
very conservative.
right. We're saying only one implacable went through. Only one of these goes through. That is, we were at 14.
Yep.
It was 8 and 6, right? So 14 plus 3. Now we're at 17 auto damage, like guaranteed. Pretty guaranteed, right? Guaranteed.
Pretty much 17 guaranteed damage. And then let's say you Icy Guile.
Do we Icy Guile?
So Icy Guile, you can almost always line up
One of them.
you can potentially line up one of them, but regardless,
This one would not be guaranteed. Sorry, this is you may defeat your Red Rider. So if this is your,
it's 2 guaranteed. Well,
if it's your last,
if it's your last Red Rider, it's 3.
That's a great throw to throw, right? Yeah. So then you're ignoring the value.
You're
and
defeating
you're
your Red
canceling
Rider,
stuff.
and you're becoming enraged.
Yeah. So that could be 3 damage if you did that.
Potentially.
But you're also probably fainting that attack, maybe? Who knows?
It's also a really good defense. It's a
also really
3 value
Yeah.
cancel.
So let's just say you're not playing that. But we're at 18 damage still. And then backhand is a 5.
Backhand's a 5 value random discard.
So let's just say 1 damage.
Let's say 1 damage, probably
And there's
guaranteed
3 copies, so that's going to be 3 damage. So that's 20 damage.
20 damage right there. And that's if things go pretty well, like
Yeah.
probably how they will go. And also,
You never took.
you never
took
took-
any auto damage.
yeah, little red reflected damage back at you, and you took nothing.
Guys, this is not Miracle Fantasyland either.
No, it happens.
This
This is how it ends up playing.
This is
She-Hulk can't throw stuff at you.
This is crazy. It's not like
Medusa, you can take a Medusa
He
gaze of
feels so
stone to the
good.
face.
He feels so good and easy. Now,
He's not easy.
right, not easy. He feels so
Well,
strong. He
just
feels so strong.
his value game is unbelievable, especially just offensively. It's an unbelievable offensive value. Think about Bigfoot. What's Bigfoot gonna do? He's got 5 cancels.
Yeah. You literally,
You're gonna line up probably 2 of those.
So you probably save this. You probably save your brutal strikes. You save it just so that he can't throw his feints.
Yep,
You know.
because he could be punished and take 3, and then you just attack with, I don't know, your random discard 5s, 3 damage.
So if he's not fainting, then you throw your implacables, and then you're dealing 8, and you're hitting for 4.
And then you just defend with skirmish and wild hunt, and you full block everything that he does. Oh, and you dealt him 2 damage in return.
Mind
for
games are
every
going to be
wild hunt.
big. If you're good at mind games, if you're good at the Wukong mind games, if you can get in your heads, your friends' heads, your opponent's heads, then that is going to be huge. This attack we didn't even talk about.
We haven't
really.
even talked about it yet.
This is crazy.
This is insane.
So what's great about this card? This is what you want to use on those turns when you couldn't track him down.
Yep.
All right, you're trying to keep this card alive.
You don't want to boost.
You don't want to boost.
You take center stage, move 3. You will probably get there.
Yeah, you get there,
And then you
throw this
place a
face
4.
up. It's a 4.
And they have to deal with a 4 that they didn't think you were going to be able to do.
Right. Well, hopefully now they know your deck, and so they did.
Hopefully they're aware of it. But now they have to play they have to defend a 4 value attack. And you're safe and sound, probably out of their zone at center stage, ready to maneuver and attack them next turn.
Yep.
So they can either approach you, right, and then get double attacked, or overdraw, or just try to reposition to where it'll be a little harder for you to get them.
So Sean said Eredin can literally walk away from Tomoe and take nothing. Yes.
But
right?
then
He
for
atta-
one
you
turn.
you attacked and you walked away, and then the next turn you just have to make sure you keep attacking.
Yes.
Yeah, you make sure you keep attacking, but you could walk in, attack. As long as you attacked first and then walked away, yes, you could do that. But
I don't know if you heard what I said earlier, though. Like, Medusa, no damage, and also you can take a gaze of stone to the face, and it's just 2.
Medusa, no damage. Dracula, no damage.
Dracula, no ping damage.
No ping damage.
No sister damage.
And so what you have
Just
to do,
crazy.
guys, playing against Eredin, you have to run away. Watch the She-Hulk game. That was a very good game.
Very close.
It was very close, and I think that's how we have to do it. You have to run away so that he has to boost every turn. You get far away, make him have to boost, because then he's just going down in cards each time until, hopefully, at some point he can't do it anymore, and now you can start playing your things that deal damage back. Because of this card, though, it's like there is Like you're either going to be defending suboptimally or you are taking damage. Or because you're either like if my only defense is a 4 that deals 1 damage back to you, but you have that card active, I'm either suboptimally defending with it, or I have to choose to save it for when you're not have that card, and then what am I taking? I'm taking 4 to the face, 5 to the face, and you can't do that. So you got to play it suboptimally, and that's the thing is it makes so many suboptimal plays happen that it just feels really bad.
It feels so bad playing against Eredin generally, just because of how many potential punishes he has.
Yeah.
He punishes every single feint that you have. If you feint Brutal Strike, you take 3. If you feint any of his other attacks, you're probably taking 2 or 3, no matter what it is if he's enraged.
So so then let's just not attack the little guys. Let's keep them alive. So
right. on the complete other side of the spectrum,
it's a world I think that we have to enter into. That might be the way to beat him, right? Is to let the little guys live. But let's just play that out now. The little guys live.
Let's say you let them live, and then all of a sudden,
what can he do?
What can the little guys do?
No, what can he do?
You can still do this.
No, I'm saying where can, here it is. Because you don't want to kill them. Well, guess what? He can still kill them. That's what I'm getting at.
Oh, he can still. Yes, he's way more consistent than Achilles at killing his sidekick.
Yeah. So he's got these 7 cards. Is there another card that he can kill them with or no? I don't think so, right?
Other than just letting them take attacks.
Right. So if you don't attack them ever,
which is going to be hard not to do.
Here's one, right? You may defeat a Red Rider to ignore the value of your opponent's card. Okay, that's really cool. It's an any. That's neat. If you're adjacent to one, the best, it's a Snake Root clan, right? But it doesn't matter. They're going to die, which you want them to die. So it's even better than a Snake Root clan because a regroup wouldn't kill the sidekick, and in this case, you want them to die.
Right.
So there you go. You swap with them, and then Merry Christmas.
Potentially draw 2 cards off of it.
If it's your last one, if it's your last guy, guess what? You just drew 2 cards.
And now you're enraged and ready to murder them.
Super cool. And it's an immediate, so it can't be canceled.
Yep.
It's going to happen.
No punishes there.
Foul purpose. You may defeat a Red Rider to return this card to your hand. That feels so good.
That is the best thing you can do.
Because guess what?
With it, for sure.
Literally, you get this card into your hand, and then as long as it doesn't get fainted, you will just keep killing your guys until you're enraged, and then you just made it happen.
And then you just attacked, with 5 or 6 3-value attacks. Let's say you bring back a Red Rider just for the heck of it.
Just to
one.
Taunt your opponent.
Just one Red Rider. You can bring back 3 if you really want to and just really annoy them.
Yeah.
Like, say they don't have feints, like a lot of people now.
Right.
Let's say you just keep bringing back a Red Rider, keep playing that. Bring back a Red Rider, play that.
Yeah, so...
Until somehow they have to deal with 7 3-value attacks, one after the other. And they don't, and then they waste cards potentially on killing your guys. And then all of a sudden now they have to deal with Enraged Eredin.
Yeah. Yeah. So Red Rider, this is their card. This is their only unique Red Rider card, which is fine. There's only 3 copies of it. It's an attack. Immediately return a defeated Red Rider to any space, and then during combat add +1 to this card's value for each other friendly fighter adjacent to the opposing fighter. So I have never seen this card. I probably have. I don't remember this card being used, but I'm sure it has been used before. But it's one of those things where it's like, you really don't care. You want them dead. So it's like Pat. I want to play it. Here's the thing. I want to play all these fighters so much more.
Yeah, because there's so many options.
There's so many options, and it's like, okay, well, every matchup's going to be very specific, and how you go into it's going to be very different for each situation. So I want to know the matchups where it's like, you know what, I actually want to, like, we figured out over time. You figure out, okay, I want Pat dead if I'm attacking him. I want Pat probably dead. 10 cards.
10 cards in.
Left. No, 10 cards left in Achilles' deck. That's when I want Pat to die, so that I can then fatigue Achilles out. 15 to 10
to kill really, Achilles optimally.
Yes, if you're Achilles, you want Pat dead immediately. I wonder what in certain matchups you're gonna be like, yeah, I want to bring back 2 of these guys. I want to use all these, bring them back. I want them all dead immediately. Like, there's gonna be choices, and that will be fun to figure out because there's so many options for Eredin.
Yeah, he has so many things that he can do, and here, even if you leave the Red Riders alive, which I think is probably optimal, because then Eredin feels kind of bad when he's attacking or defending with something that could be 1 value higher later.
Yeah.
But
and guys, just like Geralt here, we have a very consistent deck. It's just a little bit less consistent as far as there's two copy cards. The rest are all 3 copy cards. Geralt, I think, was... Oh, no, it's more consistent than Geralt.
He has 11 unique cards.
Because Geralt had the 3...
Dandelion cards.
But the 3...
and, technically the gear.
The gear, 2 copy cards. Super consistent.
11 unique cards is
super consistent.
very consistent.
Just really, really
and they're
consistent.
all good.
They're all good.
He has almost 0 unplayable cards.
Yep.
And, yeah, like... Even if you leave the Red Riders alive, though, then you're still having to deal with them attacking you constantly and ignoring your value, probably. You probably attack with Icy Guile.
Yeah.
You probably attack with Skirmish, even. Maybe throw in 1 Skirmish with a Red Rider. And there's a chance they take it because they think it's a 1 or a 2. Or they think you're going to ignore their value, and then you take 4. So, like, kind of like the Outlaws, right? Like, you kind of feel bad attacking them, or you can feel bad attacking them, but you're going to have to because eventually they're just going to ruin your life.
All right, guys. I have neglected the chat. Let me get to the chat here.
There's so much to talk about with Eredin. It's just crazy.
Can you start getting out Yennefer
Trish
stuff and just start doing what we've been doing?
Yeah.
All right, so I'm going way back, guys. We're going way back here. Cosmic Zap. Leshen 100% weakest. Sean, agreed. Dr. Beardface, Tutor is not a general game turn. Correct. That is, it's got to be magic specific. I agree with that. Otan's a goober.
You said it.
I said the word now. I'm gonna start using it because it's a.
It's useful.
It's what we're doing. We're tutoring. My wife is a math tutor. What does that mean?
I think you know what it means.
She gets math back. Use your schemes that do 1 damage. Use Lady of Space to get them back near the end, and you did 8 damage.
Yeah, if you...
Oh, yeah.
We talked about that kind of, yeah.
Recur indirect damage. I like it. It's had that... The taste of human blood, that's what it wants now. That's Poindexter. Talking about the unicorn, murder corn. Mm-hmm. And then Cosmic Zap, all caps, murder corn.
Yes, murder corn.
And then Araksha said, happens in the wild all the time. Unicorns just getting the taste of human blood. Oh boy, I was forgetting the Bane of the AN.
Bane of NL.
NL auto damage. That's 3 more. 13 total. Just watch me. That was Unraksha. Then they start getting cut. Okay. Backup plan. So this is Beardface. Backup plan. You play when you're at 10 health, and now you're at 5.
You're talking about Philipa.
Yeah.
It's that
I don't think it's a both and. He said you play it when you're at...
you set your health at set your health to 5 at 10.
Yeah, but he said and get 3 cards. It's not a both and. It's a
no, it's either or.
Yeah. So that would be a terrible gameplay.
I have jokingly said that. I'm like, I could just set myself my health
turn
to
1.
5.
I think it was Baked Goods that came up with the. It was either Baked Goods or it was. It's gotta be Baked Goods. I think it's Baked Goods. No, because I didn't see that video. Was it
What are you talking about?
Darkblade? There's a thing where it's like I may have seen it. It may have been this part. It may have been there. I may have seen it. After each combat, your fighters can draw 1 card. Discard this card at the end of your turn if you have 5 more cards. There was like a way that you could like turn 1, just draw all your cards and then die. I don't remember which fighter it was though. There was is an option you could choose to just kill yourself turn 1. If one of you guys knows what I'm talking about, say it because it was funny. I don't think it was Leshen.
Seriously?
It might have been Ciri, where it's like, or was it Philippa? Oh, it's Philippa. It's Philippa. Her ability. What does her ability say?
At the end of your turn, draw until you have a hand of 4.
Right. So you could choose. I guess if you're at 5 cards, you could just choose to use your ability.
Oh, and then you kill
infinitely
yourself?
and die. Because you don't have
You'll never hit 4.
You'll never hit 4 again.
Right.
And so you will just I choose to use my ability infinitely, and then just die.
So stupid.
It's really stupid. Okay. All right. So. Okay.
They're so busted.
Let's keep looking. They're at Leshen and Ciri at lowest, but still really good. Toss up between Philipa and Geralt. That's it for now.
Yep.
AP and Medusa came in. Sad how Ciri is very conditional. I'll say this. Geralt is the reason I wanted this set for cards. Leshen for the mini. Yeah, Leshen mini. How does Leshen do overall? Leshen is, yeah, we said it. This way. O-Town.
Oh, sorry.
Let me show you guys what O-Town did. I don't know where he's been for the last 3 hours, but
I don't remember looking at stuff upside down.
that's what O-Town did. I'm sorry. I could not resist. It's like that's the last time I line up cards for you. So
Yeah, it is. It definitely is. It was so aggressive.
So, guys, listen. listen.
We're not going to talk about Triss because there's no point.
We will
No.
talk about Yennefer, and then we will talk about Triss,
And
because it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense, but it's still fun. I still enjoy it. But
and it's still not bad.
it's still not bad.
But it's also-
But once you look at the way the deck works with
It's also pointless.
with Yennefer, someone said Triss really sucks. Okay,
She doesn't
Bullseye would
suck.
get smoked. Oh, I think Eredin? Geralt. I think it was Geralt. I think it was a Geralt conversation. Enraged, Implacable, boosted with clothes for the kill. Eredin can literally walk up to toy. The ones with good ongoings that end if they don't attack. Seems like the best counter is getting map pick and going.
Sure.
Yeah, going corner to corner, just running away from them.
Yeah, but like, think about the value that you're losing, though. Probably doing that.
But if it's win con,
It is. If your
that's
win con is,
At that point,
you may have to just
literally
make some
not get
sacrifices.
attacked.
Yeah.
But then arrogant. That's why the whole
Eredin can just maneuver and then attack.
Go to the attack. Right. It's wild.
He can save himself from that happening twice, and
wild.
then you're forced to do
And
it
at that point,
4
are you
times.
literally just you're staying there, right? So then he moves in and attacked you again, which means you're just
You also have to. Then you have to do this 4 times because
let's see it.
you have to go end to end 4 times and potentially boost.
Right. Big map. Ready? Big map. Eredin's. Let's just say Eredin's center stage, and let's say it's Leshy. Okay, so Leshy's gonna fly. Ready? Leshy's gonna go. He comes in, attacks. Let's say Leshy was at 7. Now he's down to 6. Right? Maneuver. Boost. Maneuver. Boost. All the way over here.
You're probably 7 spaces away, but
you're
guess
at-
what?
You're at 6.
He can move
So
7.
he moves. He could move 7, but he moves. That's crazy too. He can literally move 7.
He
but-
literally
He moves and he attacks, right? And then, double maneuvers just because he wants to try this game plan? Probably overdraws or whatever. I don't know. Maneuvers, attacks. Game plan again. Goes all the way over there,
Somehow.
right? You get over there. Yeah, it's Leshy. We chose that on purpose. Now, he does the same thing. Maneuvers, attacks, because he can.
Mm-hmm.
Doubles maneuvers again, just because this is the game plan he's going for. Maneuvers, attacks. Runs all the way over here. Guys, this is Nutty. He maneuvers, boosts him with his 4, attacks. Now, is he down to 0 cards? Yes.
Who? Eredin?
Eredin's at 0 cards at this point.
Not really.
He's potentially.
He's maneuvering and attacking. Maneuvering and attacking.
Yeah, maneuvering, attack, but he's double. I guess if he's not attacking back, yeah. Who knows, guys? I think that's probably a strategy there. It's probably going to be the strategy that we go with.
But it's still think about how much value you're losing,
Yeah.
and Eredin's like, fine, you just spent 8 cards.
Think about T-Rex. It's like the T-Rex game. You fight against T-Rex, you run away from T-Rex.
Yeah, but here's the thing: Eredin doesn't gas out. Eredin is not drawing himself to death.
That's true.
He's just playing cards that are better than yours.
So you stand there and go toe to toe with Eredin?
No, that's what I'm saying. You can't. What do you do?
You can't do anything. You just die. Forfeit, guys. If your opponent picks Eredin, you forfeit the match.
You stop playing.
That's it. You have one option.
No, so I think the way to is you do just have to, like, he will be vulnerable a little bit to aggression because doesn't have, other than the 0 value defense, he doesn't really have defensive card draw, and he's going to be wanting to maneuver attack, so he's not really gaining in hand count. He might be having a boost, so it might be going down. So I think you wait until you have hand advantage, and then you have to press the advantage a little bit and try to kill him, because that's the weaknesses are, he has no feints until his riders are dead. He has no healing, so he's 14 health, but he will outvalue you like 90% of the time. So even though he has no healing, he's playing an insane value game. And then other weaknesses, there's one other one. No passes, I guess, technically, but like, what you can't run away from him, really. We've just established that he's literally can get anywhere.
Minis for the ladies.
Oh yeah, sorry. Enough about Eredin though. So he's just very, very strong.
Yeah, so good, so good.
Let me get some more water.
Can you top me off there?
Yeah, I got you.
Ice 2 would be great. So, all right, Yennefer and Triss. Yennefer. So, did we talk about scale 1 to 10? 0 to 10, Eredin. How much fun?
10 for me.
He said 10. And I'll go with.
It just always feels good.
Yeah, I think I want to go with like You can go get the water. Yeah. I think I'll go with. I haven't played him much, guys. I've played against him a lot. Otan's always Eredin. I think it's gonna be very similar to the Geralt thing, but better. Like I enjoy him more than Geralt for sure. I'll go 8. I'll go with 8 and ceiling of 10. He's not gonna get any lower for me, so he could only get better, but with more plays, and he's really fun. I assume. I don't think he's going to have like that Doctor Strange Electra thing where it's like you start playing them and you're like, oh wow, I realized how busted he is, and now it's not fun at all because nobody can compete against him. I don't think we're gonna find that. So I do think I think he'll probably be 8, 9 or so. Yeah, we'll see. And then so with Yennefer and Triss, as you can see, very consistent deck. Super consistent. We have 11 different... Oh my gosh. I just realized that too.
Yeah, 3 7s.
Yeah, 3 7s for Yennefer, only 2 4s for Triss. So that's interesting.
Probably good. The 4 is honestly...
The 4 is so good.
I can't lift that leg. That's bad. I got hurt in jiu-jitsu today.
You did?
Yeah.
That's really bad.
It's hurting now.
He was playing not playing. He was rolling. He was doing jiu-jitsu with some people, and they hurt him. Was it someone not doing something they shouldn't have done, or was it you not tapping, or what was it?
No, it's like, well, it was an attack on the knee, and it was fine. He ended up letting it go, and It was good, but attacks on like the knee, like you don't really feel them until it's too late. Usually,
So, like, knee here and then like bending the lower part of your leg kind of thing.
it was a knee. Yeah.
Was you just like standing there just punching your knee?
No, but it wasn't. This is a different knee, so I don't even know what this one.
Maybe from dude. You're getting older.
What?
You're getting older.
It also might just be that.
It starts to happen.
Yeah.
It sucks. It sucks when you just start doing stuff. You're like, I could do this like last year, and then like you just start getting hurt.
Yeah.
Maybe your hike. You did that long hike, camping.
That was a long time ago. Like,
Old
this
age.
definitely happened today. But
Old age happened today.
yeah, in jiu-jitsu, if your knee gets attacked with like a heel hook or some like attack, then
Sorry, man.
a lot of times you don't feel it until later.
All right.
So
Before we
yeah,
Unmatched said, what you gotta understand, I'm going to play Triss, not just because I like her gimmick, but because I don't like Yen.
I respect that.
I respect that a lot. City Runner. My friend and I played Eredin versus Leshen. The friend was Eredin. I got him down to 5 before he killed me. Leshen didn't feel like he has enough oomph to pull it off. The one move is crippling as well. Yeah. Leshen unfortunately has a lot of issues that all add up. City Runner. I'm glad I found this channel. The gameplay analysis combo is spot on. Hey, City Runner. Thanks, man.
We love it.
Yeah, we love the game. We love the game. And we got a great group of people like you watching it. So, Yennefer and Triss. Yen first, of course.
Yeah, we're talking about Yen. Do we think that she is? I think based on this
Best.
order,
She's the best.
I think she's the best in the set.
She
Or
should
you
be.
think she's the best?
She should be.
She
And,
should probably be. Yeah.
It is between Eredin and her.
And it's hard to say. And we haven't played. I will say, we haven't played Yen a lot
I think she's just gonna be.
because like, she's annoying to play again.
So here's the deal. This is what it's gonna come out to. Ready?
Yeah.
She is Doctor Strange.
Yeah.
Eredin is Sherlock, Elektra. Okay, that's how I would view them both. Where the games that Doctor Strange wins. Now she's better than Doctor Strange, I think. But the games that Doctor Strange wins is like
You think Yennefer's better than Doctor Strange?
probably. In reality, she's probably better than Doctor Strange. I don't know. We haven't played her enough, guys. The things that she can do are so ridiculous.
Also nothing that we're about to say is Happy Fantasy Funland.
This is all literal
This
real
is
life
all
land. This is actual.
just real.
This is just real.
This is just
So
she doesn't rely on combos.
she's got 3 of these. Okay, 3 of these ongoing schemes, which for her are actually very nice.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, look at that. You heal. You don't need it. You never needed it, but you got it. You draw a card. Cool. You do need that. That's very nice. Now your booster +1. That's awesome because Yennefer gets to attack and boost every time. It's an immediate attack. When you're Houdini and you play the one red, and then you get to look at what they threw, and then okay, let me pull that back and then do this. It's like that, but better. Really, it's almost better than that because every attack that you throw, you get to look at what they threw on defense, or if they just took it, and then you get to add any card from your hand to it, or don't, and you're going to deal damage. If you threw this card, this was disgusting.
That is the most disgusting card in their deck.
This
Probably,
card,
I think, yeah.
and O-Town figured this one out. You throw that card, guys. If it didn't get fainted, even if it got fainted, who cares? They can't faint your ability. So you hit with a 1, and you got a +1 because your ongoing scheme's already going, right? You already got the +1
On your boost values.
Okay, so you attacked. Let's say worst case scenario that got fainted, because then it's going to stop what's going to happen forever. It got fainted, so now you're hitting for 1 damage, and let's just say because you don't care, you threw this as a boost, so now you boosted for 4.
Let's say Triss is dead.
You just dealt 5 damage
You just deal 5
and they
damage.
fainted it.
Yeah.
Well, guess what? How many copies of that card do you have? 3. Okay. 15 damage. If they didn't faint it, well, guess what? You threw that card. As long as you win combat, this goes back in your hand. You cannot lose combat with this card. You are turning every single attack you turn into a 6, basically.
Pretty much, and essentially what you're doing is you're turning all these other cards now. Let's say Triss.
That's what I'm saying.
You turn other cards in your hand into a 5 or 6 value attack.
Look,
minimum.
Look, guys. Guess what? So I threw this card, right? The scheme's active. We get the +1. All right.
Yeah.
I threw this card as the attack. I boosted with this card, which is her worst card in her deck, pretty much. Well, this card goes back in my hand.
It's probably this, but with Yennefer, she doesn't.
Right. If this is Yennefer, you're right. So I boosted with this. All right. Guess what? Now that card just became a red 6.
If you have your scheme active.
My scheme was active. This is now a red 6. I just threw a red 6. This
From range.
card from range. Bad card goes away. Card comes back into my hand. And guys, that's even fainted. Remember, if that's a fainted, it's still
a red 6
four damage
that you
over the
did
top.
4 damage over the top.
And you do that until they're dead.
You're not in a rush.
You're not in a rush.
And
you do that until they die.
What can they do? You know? And then so this card, you have 3 copies of it, so you will be able to do this.
Right. But guess what? Let's
It's so imbalanced.
If you haven't figured it out yet, guys, this is just nutty.
That by itself would be just a disgusting combo.
So look,
yeah.
Look, it could be that. So maybe you just take it, also. But guess what? If you took that,
they might just be dealing you 4 anyways,
or 6 anyways.
Well,
What? Oh, with the boost.
You can still boost.
Right,
that.
you can still boost this. Correct.
That became a skirmish that you just teleported them to the other side of the map.
Right. I'm gonna attack with that 1, and let's boost it with this, with the ongoing scheme still going. So now that's a 4, and I put you wherever I wanted, and I gain an action. All right, 3 copies of that. Okay.
I put myself on a +1 token, and then I attack you again. Sorry.
Place. Look, this is place a fighter.
A fighter in the combat.
Okay.
You can place yourself or them.
I want to find a map where it's like you can bounce from like a +2 to a +1 to. You can, if they're in yellow on Sanctum Sanctorum, you go from the +2 to the +1. That's it. Oh, you could go +2 to the. Where would they be? +1. You can move them to the purple zone. Move yourself to purple.
They'd have to be in yellow and blue.
If they were in yellow, you could literally go bop, bop, bop.
Oh, they'd have to be the yellow purple.
You can literally hit them from all of it. You can go bop, 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 boosting it with your stuff. That will be the most awesome thing. I cannot wait to pull it off. And then you could do it. Why? Because Sanctum Sanctorum, you can move each fighter 1 space.
Yep.
You freaking get them on that yellow purple attack. 1, your scheme's going, right? You boost it for 2. This is awesome. Okay.
It's so stupid.
Boost it for 2. Guys, this is incredible.
So you're taking for 4.
So, and it's got the scheme.
That's what I'm saying. So you
it's
got 4.
So red 4, +1. So it's a 5.
Oh, because you're using the +1.
It's +1. +2, 7. So it's a 5. Sorry, it's a 5, then a 6, then the +1, then it's a 5. So it's a 5, a 6, a 5, and you still have 2 actions left.
And then let's say they defended.
They defended all those.
With 4 of their cards or 3 of their cards from their hand, and then you attack them with a 7, and they can't discard.
3 7s, guys. They can't discard. So
because they've already spent 3 cards from.
Now you just hit them with
hand.
2 7s,
and they're dead.
That's a beautiful turn. I can't wait for that to be reality someday.
I just literally got chills because I was thinking about it. It's so disgusting.
This card, guys, can't be canceled. Your opponent may discard 2 cards to ignore this card's value. They're going to want to. A lot of times because of this card, also you just take it. You're like, I'll take it. You throw the 7, and then you just discard 2 cards because, cool. I just ignore the value. I feel better about that.
But
you feel good about discarding 2 cards into 1. Like, that's crazy.
That's best case scenario.
Best case scenario, guys. Let's say you don't have 2 cards to discard, so you attack with a 7. You got the scheme active, and you boost it with a 3.
So now you're attacking for 11.
Yay! And there's 3 of those.
Oh, and then also you boosted for you're attacking for 11,
Yeah.
and let's say they did defend like a smart person, because you do need to defend. Because what if it's your 3 value recursion? Oh, then you just played a 6 value attack you put back in your hand, and they didn't, and then you took 6 to the face. But you say you attack for an 11, right? You played 2 cards, then you defended, and then discarded 2 cards. So you played 3 cards from your hand on defense. In some ways, that's almost better than a 2-for-1, because now their only vulnerability is the fact that they don't really have cancels, but they don't really need it. They sort of do, they sort of don't. Their only vulnerability would maybe be tempo. Like Philippa, I think actually has a pretty good matchup into them.
Right. Yeah, you're going to have to do the Doctor Strange. Doctor Strange loses to what? Aggro.
Yep.
All of the fighters that are top tier lose to aggro.
And not always.
No, it's the only way to lose is aggro.
Is aggro, and you get a little lucky.
And you get lucky, right. So, you know what? Hey, listen. Fine, Captain Crockpot. Fine, O-Town. She can hit hard, but guess what? We're just going to attack her. Okay. Well, how about some paralyzing fetters?
How about them apples?
3
copies of an insane defense.
Yeah, don't change your value. Oh, we're bleeding a little bit. Fear not.
We have a 5 value defense.
Yeah. Or if beautiful
it's 4
and then
with
heal
healing.
up.
Even better.
Okay, we do have some feints.
A cancel.
It's a good situational feint. Your opponent may discard 1 card. If they don't, cancel all effects. But guess what? If they discard cards,
That's another 2-for-1.
on offense, you can swing back on defense when it's your turn, and now you got
Now
the
they
whole
have
combo
fewer
we just
cards.
talked about.
They have fewer cards to defend with.
Fewer cards, right? So they're probably not.
So it's
let you
honestly
cancel.
better than a feint for them, because they don't really care.
Right, exactly. And then you got Ball Lightning.
More defensive
If
discard.
you won the card, now this is actually a riskier card to play. This is one of the riskier ones to play.
Yeah.
But you can make it work. You can time it. Also, it's probably actually best on offense. What are we talking about?
It's definitely
Use it
better
on offense and just boost your attack.
Yeah, but you also don't have that many defenses.
It's true. It's
but
true.
but let's be honest, you're not defending that much.
Right.
Because
And
you're
then
just making them discard.
Quick and ready. Place your fighter in any space in their zone. Draw 1 card. So again, you can set up your next thing in your drawing and your moving.
Great defense, honestly,
And then
but decent attack.
And
as
then,
it could be.
even as Yennefer, so you're not going to play this card, but you could. Okay, if you're Yennefer, let's say you play this card to build up a hand. You take some damage, but you don't care because you just do 5 cards or whatever.
And you don't auto damage to them, probably.
Yeah. So
You don't want
but you do
auto
that. You do that card. You dealt them a little bit of damage. You get your cards. Maybe you keep up with the aggro. That's probably how you'd use it if you're not boosting with it.
But you should boost it.
And then Triss. Triss still can attack, and if she attacks, look what she's got.
It's one of the most busted
It's a
attacks
4
in the
red,
game.
and after combat, your opponent chooses 1. They discard 2 cards, or they deal 3 damage to their hero, or they discard up to 4 cards off the top of their deck.
Not up to. They discard the top 4. I'm pretty
So
sure.
I literally had to make up the words because there's a thing I can't see that.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I thought that's what it said. So they discard the top 4 cards.
So you're
Yes.
milling them for 4. They're
That's 4
discarding
cards.
2,
Crazy.
which is now a 3-for-1 for you.
Right.
Which is not. And then best case scenario, your hero takes 3.
Yeah.
Which makes that a 7, really. Because you attacked them for 4 and they probably defended with like a 3 or a 4. And so really that's more like a 6 or 7 attack.
Yeah, and so maybe they're just saving their feints for her.
Triss?
For Triss.
Which probably
And if
sure.
they're saving feints for Triss, then that means you're getting your echoing blasts off.
And you're
And it
dealing
means
2
you're
damage.
getting your portal anywheres off.
And you're dealing you 2 damage with Triss.
Yeah.
So basically,
Basically.
let's So really, when you think about
I
it,
hope you guys, and that's not, guys, that's not Miracle Fantasyland.
that's not combo. Your little thing was a combo, but you don't need to do that.
Right? Yeah. My Sanctum Sanctorum was kind of Miracle Fantasyland, but also not that crazy.
It's not.
The full combo, yes, Miracle Fantasyland, but like to get off 3 parts of that. It's like
No, definitely not crazy at all. With the +1s, you don't need the +1s though. You know, you're losing 3 damage total off the top of that combo, and then you literally just outvalue your opponent with offense. If they come in and attack you, they're spending probably at least 2 or 3 cards on offense, because if they come in, maybe they attack you with something big. A boost attack, you paralyzing fetters, or you telepathy and make them discard 2 cards, right, for your 1. Let's count how many 2-for-1s they have, shall we?
Yeah.
Potential?
Do it.
2-for-1s?
They can't see past that. Where they are is...
Okay, so 1, 2, 3, let's say 4, 5, 6, because you're probably discarding to telepathy. If you attack with ball lightning, which... could definitely happen. If you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 defenses total for them, and you heal for some, and you heal for some with this, you probably don't really need much more than 8. Maybe one of these on defense if you need to.
You know what it's like, guys? Her ability, it literally feels
9
like
2-for-1s.
It feels like She-Hulk's ability that says after your turn.
Yeah, after
at the end of your turn, throw something at somebody. That's kind of what it is. It's like you get to move in and then hit for damage.
And then you convert useless cards into value. That's what's so dumb. This card is just what's. I still can't get over the fact that let's say the fighter is running away, right? You don't need as many defenses.
Yeah, that
so
card
you
is
just
the best card.
you turned your 2-value paralyzing fetters that you don't need into a 5-value attack minimum that you recurred.
Yeah. All right, let me check the comments because let's see what we got in here.
And on top of that, right, you're making them discard 9 cards. Probably. You're probably making them discard, let's see. I guess this is if they take this, it's a 2-for-1 scenario, best case. But they might it's potentially 3-for-1.
Right.
Because they might defend it.
Right, and if they took it, guys, like,
let's say they
think
faint
about
it.
that. You can't. But listen to the damage that we're talking about. You can't take anything. This is like, it's like Wukong taking a 7, but if
it is ranged Wukong is what it is.
If there were no zeros, if all of his bait attacks were 4s.
Yeah, your bait attack's a 4.
That's what this is.
It's so
your
crazy.
Wukong with the bait attack being a 4 and your 7 is an 11.
It is crazy. Like, the cost of... You have to seriously consider going and attacking them. If you don't have offensive card draw and can keep it up, even if you do, even Philipa, who can keep the pace...
You have to have offensive card draw.
You have to... Philipa, who can end the turn, who can ruin their game plan, potentially, by making them play certain cards. It might not matter, because... Let's say best case scenario, Philipa does my bidding, and you make them play this, right? Well, you can boost it for 3 and still do 2 damage, 3 damage over the top of a do my bidding. And they played the worst card on their deck, and they drew a card off of it. But, like, think about this. So 3 2-for-1s, 3 more, and then probably 3 more. So, and that's potentially a 3-for-1. Let's say one of these is a 3-for-1 because they defended with a feint and they have to discard 2, otherwise they're taking 5. So let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. No, that can't be right. It's 11.
So my brain, I'm thinking, I'm trying to think. Who is going to be able to stop them?
Doctor Strange is decent, but even Doctor Strange, he can't do whatever he wants because he could get heavily punished.
Yeah, but I mean, like in that game we played, also that was not optimal. This we have now
also established that if they get mapped,
we have now figured out optimal play for them, and I don't know what, like, if we need to play some more of it, because
Doctor Strange on any other map too was probably where I was able to force adjacency. That's what it was.
Right. Right.
And
you get them on the range map, and they're so.
they
happy.
might be better. They're probably better. Oh, and then not to mention this, right? So like this is another potential 3-for-1, potentially 3-for-1.
Yeah.
Because let's say they discard 2 cards because they can't take 3 damage or something for their hero.
I think
3 damage for your hero is the best case scenario for that.
So.
Because that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 2-for-1s basically means they played 18 cards for 9 of yours.
Yeah, but you don't even care.
But you don't care because you're probably going to kill
You've already
them.
killed them before that. That's the thing. It's like, you don't need this card. Use it as a 4 value boost. You've just dealt them who knows how much damage. Nobody can take that much. Nobody can take that much hits.
That's
hits.
true. Maybe Sattler.
Right. Sattler. On the right map. Sattler gets map. That's a game I want. That's interesting.
That actually be interesting because you can heal.
Isn't that funny though? Like,
that's so weird.
yeah, because
they have no passes either. But also, I think that they would still win because, like, Sattler's defending. Let's think. Sattler's optimized for defending against a T-Rex type tempo fighter.
Mm-hmm.
Lots of attacks, decently big, but maximum of 5, maybe 6 with a T-Rex. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Their maximum attack is pretty easily like a 10.
Mm-hmm.
And you're making Sattler discard all these cards that she kind of needs.
Yeah, Malcolm's dead immediately.
Malcolm's dead immediately.
I mean, it's still interesting, and I'd be interested if you. I don't think. Okay, so all right, so Yennefer's cracked, right? So now, guys, let me.
I will say. Sorry.
Okay.
I just had another thought too.
Yeah.
The key to beating them is kind of having cards in hand to discard.
Okay.
So.
And high value blocking, and offense. And
yeah.
Card draw. Card draw is the biggest thing, I think.
Card draw is going to be the biggest. So Philippa, that's why Philippa's pretty good. Because you'll always have cards in hand to discard. In fact, I remember as Philippa, I played the healing scheme. I played it as card draw, even though I needed the healing. Because I was like, having these cards in hand is actually going to be more than I would have healed. It'll save me more health than I would have healed by having cards to discard for their 2-for-1 attacks. For the 7s.
Right.
Because getting punished by a 7 when you only have 1 card or 2 cards in hand, you know, you can't take the attack. You have to defend because it could be Echoing Blast. And so you defend and you can't discard to the 7. So you have to have cards against them. Genie it'd be a very interesting matchup against them. Genie be interesting. You attack with a 7.
Yeah. But
boost it. I play
Prisoners.
You draw 10 cards. And then
that would. I mean, that's the only way. Yeah, but then you just leave. You just leave.
you follow. Genie follows.
Nah, he doesn't follow. He barely follows.
And then he attacks you 2 or 3 times a turn, every turn, and
Genie
then you die.
Sucks. Let's not compare Genie.
He might win.
Yennefer.
He might win.
Maybe.
Raptors, maybe. But like they kill a raptor so easily.
I believe it has to be right. They would nuke a raptor like it was a chicken. They would kill it like a dodo bird.
You want to hear something really stupid too?
Tell it to me.
Take this card out of their deck.
And they're fine. Fine. Yeah,
they're literally fine.
Literally give them 27 cards. Okay, not even a full deck of 30. Without the 3 red 7s, they are chilling.
Here's what's really, really funny. You turn this card into a regroup that you can boost.
They're even better.
And it's better.
They're better. Oh,
isn't that stupid?
You changed the red 7 to a regroup and they got
better.
Got so much better. Dude, that's hilarious.
And that's so funny.
I love that.
But this card, the
but
hand...
also no, it's like it can be an 11, and if you time it right, if you got them down to low hand count,
you just kill them.
Then they're dead.
And you will.
Two cards in your hand, and you are dead.
And you will.
Oh, you will. You'll decimate their hand.
You will.
Dude, that's like, I literally just play Yennefer as like, I'm just gonna make you discard your whole hand. They're really a discard player, really a discard deck, because you have to discard against them, and then you double 7 them. If they have no disruption, you double 7 them, and then, like, what are they gonna do? You know?
All right.
Anyways.
So, guys, as you can see, we believe Yennefer is one of the strongest fighters ever.
Definitely up there.
And until we're proven wrong, she's got to be one of the strongest fighters ever. We have to play her. We have not played her enough. We have to play her. I've played her maybe twice, I think. And we got to play her a lot more. A lot more. And she's gonna keep climbing.
Yeah,
I don't know. We gotta run her into the other S's and see where she
might be
lands.
better than Doctor Strange.
I think she's definitely better than Doctor Strange. She has she gotta be better than Doctor Strange.
I don't know. I mean, like, yeah, probably. I don't know. What do you like?
You can't stop her damage.
But he can
can't
heal.
stop her
But he can just heal and heal and heal and heal.
How's he gonna heal?
What do you mean?
How's he gonna heal?
Attack, 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 attack.
How?
What do you mean?
Dead. He's already dead.
He's already dead.
No, Lieutenant, your men are already dead.
Didn't. Well,
All right.
you play a Miss Manipur and then you
Doctor
then you
Strange.
die.
Doctor Strange is awesome, and if anybody can do it, I believe he can. But guess what? Doctor Strange was a fighter we didn't want to ever touch again. We didn't want to have, he was a problem. He is a problem.
He still is a problem.
He still is a problem. Can he be beaten? Yes.
Sure, absolutely.
Is it
vulnerable
is it,
to?
Now, he's not very fun to play against a lot of the time.
No.
Will she be that same way? Yet to find out. I think she'll be more fun, but you may feel more hopeless.
Potential, just because of the amount of cards you're discarding.
As soon as you start getting Echoed Blast for 6, as soon as every attack is a red 6, you are. What do you do? All right. So Yennefer, guys, listen. Yennefer is the best. Triss and Yennefer share the same deck. So then why would Triss not be the best? Well, let's talk about it. Triss, her ability is when you play a scheme, you deal 2 damage to the person next to you.
To a person next
to a fighter next to you, okay?
Which could be Yennefer.
Could be Yennefer. You could have to damage Yennefer. Okay. What she doesn't have is immediately you may boost your attacks. So this card, Advisor to the King. Your booster now +1. What?
Great.
What? Why?
It's just heal 1, draw 1.
Yeah. Or you play it and then you can maneuver and boost it a little further away because that's the game that Triss is playing. Okay. All right.
Well, I don't even know that it is because you kind of want to pin. Otherwise, you're never going to get your schemes.
And also, you don't want to play that card because you want to play this card. And you actually don't want to take damage. You want to deal them damage. And if you're booster +1...
then you can't reveal a card from your deck.
Then...
if the printed value...
It's not printed. It's just boost value. So yeah, if your boost value is +1... Then now you're taking more damage with this card. So you can't have this active when you do this. Which you're not attacking anyways because you're Triss. Yeah. It's a different game you're playing. So she would do this, alright? You got your schemes. You got 5 of those. That's pretty cool. That's 10 damage. When you throw your Echoing Blast, don't worry, you'll win combat because you're going to boost it. You can't. So it's just a red 3. And you're not going to win combat with it. So it's not coming back into your hand. You're not dealing damage with this card, which turns every other card into a red 6 for Yennefer. That's the meat and potatoes of it. That's those things though.
You're more likely to get Marigold's Hailstorm off because she's less likely to be dead. You know, because you have more health. But you're also less likely now to get Incinerate off because Yennefer's probably dead because the opposing fighter is probably focusing trying to kill Yennefer.
So much harder to find damage.
Yeah.
With Triss.
You have potentially 12 auto.
Now, yeah, potentially 12. So here's where it's kind of fun. She's really fun. I've enjoyed every game I've played as Triss.
Yeah, same. Actually,
super fun fighter.
She's still fun.
And the best, guys, the dream is you go to a Marvel map, okay, and you use the scheme tokens. And what happens is you resolve it afterwards. So, can you grab out the map tokens?
Oh, place them anywhere? I can't walk.
Okay.
I mean, I can walk, but I...
Don't worry about it.
Yeah. You guys know the map tokens.
So,
place them anywhere.
For example, helicarrier, right? Jetpack. Triss uses the jetpack. It doesn't deal the 2 damage right then. You resolve the scheme, and then the damage is dealt, right? So you use the jetpack, place her anywhere next to the opponent, and now the 2 damage is dealt. That's pretty awesome. If you can get the turret, the turret's awesome too. This is definitely her best map, I would say. The turret, let's say they're adjacent, say they're melee, they come in, they have to fight you. If you're sitting on the turret, they don't want to fight you. They don't want to come in because that's 4 damage, no matter what, they can't stop it. So there are certain things that are kind of cool that you can do as Triss on Marvel maps. As the opponent against Triss, you just go use the tokens. You don't care about doing the right thing. You just literally run in, use them so she can't, basically. So I would say she's probably going to get 1 to 2 off on a Marvel map. That gives her 1, 2, and then 5, so 7. That's 14 auto damage that she can get. And then the cards are still good. So she's still not a bad fighter, right?
She still has a solid value game.
She's a good fighter.
Still a solid value game. But just the damage is not there.
It's...
Other than if you can't get the auto damage off.
Right. It's kind of like... Yennefer is it feels like Yennefer would be almost a free win. Not really a free win, right? But it's like... It's going to happen. The damage is going to happen.
It's just how do you... you can't deal with her.
And Triss is just like, do you want to have to work really hard to get the win? And I enjoy working hard. I do enjoy that. I enjoy her game probably more than Yennefer's. I don't... If there's ever a game where it's like in Gloomhaven, I love Gloomhaven, right?
Mm-hmm.
I would much rather have cards and do things to do deal this kind of damage than the cards that said just kill the opposing fighter. I don't want to use that card. I literally never took any card that said kill the opposing enemy because that's what
it's no fun.
Exactly. So, but I think that Yennefer will be more fun than that. It's not just kill the opposing enemy, right? There will definitely be some more decisions, actual gameplay that has to happen.
It's just going to be very hard. You're going to earn that win.
I don't think that in competitive play, I don't think for the next... As long as there are bans, I don't think we will ever see a Yennefer played. But, she will always be banned. I don't see how you don't ban her.
Yeah,
And then what that means is that Triss is also banned. So I don't think we'll ever see Triss played.
It just
because
makes
if you
defense...
can choose between the two, you choose Yen. And if Yen is banned... If Yen's getting banned.
Yeah, Yen's getting banned. So here's what is... It is going to make card draw even better.
Mikey. Watch Mikey be the guy.
Mikey, yeah, no.
I have no idea what he does, but...
it just makes hand advantage, a really important thing. And tempo fighters are already good, but, in a world of Yennefer, where I do think, the games that I've had the most success against her have been playing as, Philipa or, Genie or Titania. Where you can have a very large hand of cards pretty much the whole game. And so they think twice about double attacking you.
Right. It has to be card. Yeah, definitely. It's gonna be card. Card
draw. But I guess I have a little bit of pause, but I have less pause than I did with Winter Soldier. Where when Winter Soldier came out, we were like, "This is busted. How do you win? How do you beat Winter Soldier?" And then it became very obvious that he's like B. He's like a B tier, C tier fighter because he's just...
as the fighters keep getting more and more aggressive, he keeps going down and down and down.
Yeah. I still think he's better than people give him credit for, but he's still just... he struggles, man. He draws so much red.
Medusa beat him 3 times in Team League this last week.
It's so crazy.
Which is crazy.
I honestly have not. I don't really. When I didn't agree.
You want to know why? With the Winter Soldier, it is 100% your deck order. You are at the mercy of your deck when you're playing Winter Soldier.
Yep.
Because if you're playing him right, you're just double maneuvering away, and if you're getting attacked every turn, as soon as you're not drawing defenses, then you are getting just wrecked.
Yep.
And so it's just deck order. Did you get your feints? Did you get to recur them? Did you get your
reprogram?
Your the 3
healing?
Well, that too. Did you get your healing? Did you get your
complete the mission?
Thank you. Complete the mission.
Really good defense.
Such a good defense, right? And did you hit like those are the things. Like, did you get those or not? And if you didn't, if the deck order didn't happen, then you're probably dead.
And it's not like Medusa's the best aggro fighter.
Then you won.
Medusa does actually have a lot of card draw if she wants it. Like, she can maneuver, maneuver, snipe, you know.
Yeah.
So, like, I think that she can keep a solid pace against Winter Soldier. So I've never
and if
really...
he has to attack to do anything...
To reprogram.
She can make him discard. And
makes him discard.
His hand even more.
And then ping him. You know, get the pin. I guess, well, soft pin, because otherwise, you know, he's going to wily fighting. Yeah. But, like, still, it's still not a gimme for Winter Soldier.
Yeah.
Anyways, but Winter Soldier came out and we were like, this is crazy. You can't cancel his recursion and he can recur infinitely. Guaranteed infinite.
Yeah.
And it just doesn't... So many good
those
aggro fighters.
I think those are those... This is a thing.
This, though, you can't, like...
This is different. This is different than when Daredevil came out and we didn't know how to deal with it. And Winter Soldier came out and we didn't really know how to deal with it. Like, first off, we've gotten better at the game and we understand the game better. And we don't sip the Kool-Aid anymore. We don't just go, oh, this person's like, you know?
A fighter, though, that can run away from them, maybe. But, like, they just have so much offense, and they will never run out of it.
They'll never run out of offense. Yennefer will never.
Assuming we're not even talking about Tristan.
Right.
We've talked about Triss. But, like, they'll never run out of offense. So even somebody like Beowulf, which is actually interesting because you could Grendel a 7. You know.
Probably don't throw your 7.
But you never throw your 7. You don't need to.
You don't need to. Throw your 3s.
And then you deal damage over the top.
Hit him as 7.
Right.
And you take...
You took 3.
Alright.
Anyways.
Anyhoozle. So, comments. Let's check the comments.
Unless you get random discard of 7.
Does it seem like she's broken? Yeah.
Yes,
I think so. Seems like with the right card draw and planning, she will steamroll others. I wonder if you just have to go super aggro on her. Yeah, we think so. My group is playing this weekend, so we can can't wait to find out. Oh, that'll be fun. The super fun. Great, incredible sets.
Yes. Yeah.
It feels like a lot. I don't think she's broken, but she's definitely oppressive / top tier.
What makes you say she's not broken?
Right. That's
like,
the thing.
And have you played her?
Right.
Like regardless of the fact that she can boost all of her attacks, like even Triss can go toe to toe with most, like a good number of fighters, just because of the amount of 2-for-1 she has.
We just need to play her more. We need to play her on the channel. Now that we've talked about her and like really...
Let's talk about Yennefer. Let's break her.
Let's figure it out. Right, exactly. We need to play some Yennefer into... I mean...
Eredin would be interesting, actually.
Yeah. Alright. The portal and quick ready help set up her scheme damage. Echoing becomes a bait attack. Yen can still belt out a 7. The trick is advisor. So I'm not just, I think, saying that Triss,
yeah,
can still be really good.
Yes.
Yeah, because Triss
Yennefer's
is good. Triss is a good fighter. Triss would be, where would she be on your like? I would probably put Triss at mid / high mid, probably like probably that cusp, right above mid. Because I think she's good.
I just think that she can kind of struggle. I actually have her in mid, towards the bottom of mid.
Okay.
I have her just above Annie Christmas and Ciri.
You think she's better than Ciri? I don't think she's better than Ciri.
And then
She might be.
Ciri right now, though,
I think
we
Ciri's
need to
better.
play her more also.
Yeah.
And she feels clunky, and Triss doesn't. She feels clunky also, but just has
How
such
many
good value.
fighters do you have below Triss? If there's 50, are there 53 fighters? Is that what we have?
Yeah,
Or is this like, are we now higher with the addition of this?
we might be at 57.
Is it 50, I think it's 57.
How many fighters do I have below Triss?
Yeah.
I have 29 fighters below Triss. So she's almost in the exact middle.
Okay.
Just because she doesn't really feel optimal. She might be higher, and she's still solidly like versatile, but I have Winter Soldier right above Triss. Because he's still a great pick. Winter Soldier is, because you have to deal with him.
All right. So any hoozle, guys. 0 to 10, fun, Triss.
Right now I'm going to say a 6. Just because, like, she's still good, still fun.
Have you played as her yet?
Yeah, we had that She-Hulk game, really good, really close She-Hulk game. Which is, like, she can go she went toe-to-toe with She-Hulk, you know, which is, like, is solid. And I was stupid in that game. I
It doesn't feel
remember.
like a more balanced game.
Yeah, she feels pretty well balanced, but like the whole time you're just thinking about what could be, you know? You're like, I could be making this attack so much bigger.
Right.
And I could actually be scary.
You're right. As you're playing Triss, you're just like...
You're just thinking about
why
Yennefer.
Am I not Yennefer? That's the whole time. Literally, you're just like, why am I not Yennefer if I can be Yennefer? That's funny. I agree.
That takes away from the enjoyment.
My fun for Triss would be 8, probably. I really, really enjoy it. Triss.
She is fun.
Super
She's fun problem solving.
That's just my thing, though, too. I just love that. I love the scheme thing, and something that I love anybody that wants to utilize Marvel maps. That's my. I love that. And then 0 to 10, Yennefer, fun.
I'd probably put her like in a similar place to fun, maybe slightly below Doctor Strange, or about the same. So like they're both kind of fun to play. Like they have crazy abilities. They feel very strong. You feel very strong when you're piloting them, but you feel guilty. Like you genuinely feel guilty playing somebody like Sherlock or Doctor Strange or Elektra. Once you've played the game like a good amount, just because they're like, you kind of feel bad. Like, how's the opponent supposed to deal with what you're doing? Are they unbeatable? No. Like, I think it's good that we have so many fighters now that nobody's unbeatable. But just, they're such a difficult problem to solve, because you have to get around. Their offense is literally their defense, and if you do finally break through their offense and weather it, and then you get to them, they still have some really solid defenses that screw up a lot of people. Paralyzing Fetters just ruins Houdini.
You know what's also really would be big into them? I think Bigfoot should be very good into them, because after combat movement should be very huge, and he has the card drop for the zone cutoff. As long as he picked map, I think he should be able to take them potentially.
And just solid values.
He could probably do it. Solid values, right?
He doesn't care about stuff getting
blocking for
canceled.
4. I think that he's got probably one of the best shots.
Paralyzing Fetter sucks into him.
Yeah.
Magical Barrier is not amazing. And then
So I would
enough health as well to just kind of, and value blocking to kind of deal with it, you know.
Yeah, and I would probably rate her for fun. The more we talk about her, the more I want to play her. I'll be like, every one of these fighters, the more we talk
I would
about
say
her, the more
she's
I wanna
probably she's probably an 8, and the 2 points off are like, I kind of feel bad.
play her. Yeah, and I think I feel less bad. but also it'll never. We just won't play her very much, I'm sure. I think playing as her will be. It'll always feel good doing it, I'm sure. So it'll probably be an 8. Yeah, it'll always feel good to boost and to just deal the damage.
Yeah.
But you probably at some point you'll start feeling bad and you just be like, "I'm sorry, dude. Like,
Just like
why didn't you ban Yennefer? That's not my fault.
right.
That's your fault." So yeah, I do think that the big 3 is turning into the big 4. I think that she's up there for sure.
She's definitely up there.
She's definitely in the top 4. The question is Eredin in top 4? He might be, or top 5. Like who knows? We gotta play more and figure that out. Before we close out, we're gonna stop. We're done with The Witcher. That was great. Hey,
Long talk, long discussion.
Really long
My
discussion.
gosh, it's almost 1.
thank you guys for braving the storm with us and going into that. I want to do a separate video where we did the cards and stuff, but I'm glad we just did it there. I don't know if we gave Leshen as much time as we wanted to now that we did all this for everybody else, but that's fine. You guys understand Leshen. We do have the other question from Matt Rod I wanted to get to first. Let's do it really quickly, okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, 3. Yeah, we can do it. So, his other question was, mechanics for the heroes you want to see. So, because The Witcher introduced a lot of new mechanics. The ongoing schemes is a big deal,
I love that.
and it's for every single fighter.
I would like to see more personally.
There are 7 ongoing schemes, 2 for Geralt that he gets to choose from.
Right.
Yeah, ongoing schemes are awesome. I don't think we will see more ongoing schemes. Well, wait, do the Eternals already have it? Do we know that they? What's Donnie's? Yeah,
He might have on.
he does have ongoing schemes. So we might see it actually. I was gonna say in my
love to
mind it
see
might
it.
have been like a double attack thing from Battle Legends Volume 2, where we don't see that again in any other set. Ongoing schemes are awesome, and he mentioned like in the Star Wars epic duels.
Yeah.
There's like Chewbacca as a sidekick, but he has more life and has stronger attacks.
Oh, a sidekick that's actually stronger than the hero.
Yeah. So, Greg's and I have one. We came up with a good.
You have
couple
Christopher
different ones.
Robin and Winnie the Pooh, right?
No.
is that,
I had that, but no. It was 3 men and a baby,
Oh yeah.
and it's
The baby's the hero,
the
and you.
baby is the hero, and if the hero dies, you lose the game. So if the baby dies, you lose, and then so the baby has like no health basically.
Yeah.
Like it takes any damage, it's gonna die basically, and you have different ways to deal with that. So.
Interesting.
But yeah, in a that'd be a cool idea. Actually, I think that'd be really fun to have something like that. But what mechanics are you excited for?
That's interesting. That's not one that I've thought of. I would love to see. Well, there's 2 that kind of immediately come to mind. One is like a betting deck. So, like, you can.
Oh, gambling.
Yeah. So where if you think you're gonna win the combat, you can say, "I'm gonna attack, and I think I'm gonna win."
Yeah, I love that.
Or
that.
I'm gonna attack, I think I'm gonna lose. And then if they say, "All right, I'll take it," then you're getting damage or whatever, and you won the combat. But then,
I love that.
I think that'd be interesting. And then depending on what they do, if you win combat and you thought you were gonna win, then you draw a card. Or if you win combat and you thought you were gonna win combat and you lose, then you discard a card or something.
My Batman. So this is the Batman from it's like the
right
Matt
detective.
Matt Reeves one. So the Batman detective. I love that. So for mine, my ability in that one is, which I haven't played or tested any of these in like 2 years, but they're awesome. I do love them. Is that you guess the value of the person? And I think it's I don't know if it's like during combat
We've
or
played
during
it.
attack.
I played against it one time.
And it was like if I guess your value correctly, then on defense I think I get to place myself next to you. If I want to, or I can draw cards. That's what it is. If you guess the value correctly, then you get to either draw a card or
Place yourself
adjacent to the opposing fighter. And so,
and it can't be canceled.
No,
that's pretty cool.
Yeah, so
and you have lots of stuff
because you're a detective,
right?
Dude, if I can guess what you're throwing at me,
then you
because I use my clues to find you.
Yeah,
Oh, it's so thematic, so cool. Another one, it'll never happen, but that's probably really loud for them.
Sorry.
Another one that I really love, which is, see, here's the deal, guys. For really good mechanics and abilities and stuff, it's gotta be. Let's do this. It's gotta be a theme. Like, you gotta have a theme, you gotta draw it out, and then the mechanics should enforce the theming of the character, or whatever.
Yeah.
So, like, one of my favorite decks ever, I got two of them that are really fun. Edge of Tomorrow, really, really good.
That's very cool.
And then I've got
Cobb?
Inception.
Yeah,
It's so fun.
really cool.
My Inception one's awesome. It's a really small deck, and what you're doing is as you are playing cards, once you hit like X number of cards in your deck, or in your discard pile, then you go one level into the dream. And you keep doing that thing. You keep going deeper and deeper into the dream. And every time you go back into the dream, you get to take a card and put it back into your deck. So the first time you enter the dream, you get to take one card from your discard pile and put it in your deck. Level 2 of the dream, 2 cards from your discard pile, put it back in your deck. Level 3, 3 cards, 4 cards. I think it's 4 total. And you have a bunch of sidekicks. I think it's like 5, which is crazy. So probably 4 would be the number you go with. And it's a really cool deck. It's really neat, really fun.
It'd be cool if it was just Arthur and Cobb. I think if it was just 2. I know you want a lot of little sidekicks, but like.
Yeah, I mean, I don't listen. I'm just saying mechanically,
Yeah.
it's a cool mechanic. And then the Edge of Tomorrow one's really, really awesome because this is kind of like that first idea we talked about, where the hero is Bill Cage. Is it Bill Cage or is it Rita? I think it's Rita.
Rita.
The hero is Rita. Rita Vertasky. And
every time Cage dies, he comes back and he's like better.
Right. So when it's you, if he dies, then their health gets set to whatever.
Yeah.
And so what you're trying to do is you're trying to use her and fight before he dies, so that you can have when he dies, the health gets reset and you get to have that little power spike because she healed up, and then Bill Cage also heals up.
Yeah.
You get a restart. And that's a really cool deck. And,
Cage.
Now the cards mechanically are just like,
Not great.
nothing crazy because it's like it was so long ago.
Right, we made these a long time ago.
But those are some mechanics I would love to see.
I made one that was like my current one that I'm working on. I'm
David.
still David, but David's cool, but his ability I'm trying to work on. Was a Doomslayer.
Okay.
Doomslayer, he's ranged, and I'm trying to figure out what his ability is going to be, either card draw based, where when you attack, you may draw 2 cards and then discard a card or something like that.
Okay.
So you're like flying through your deck, but you're like, but you're able to keep us, and he's ranged, move 3. Because you're flying around.
I saw this deck. It was...
The other possible ability would be if you win combat, or whenever you attack, with Doomslayer, you can place him adjacent to the opposing fighter, and your next attack is, +1 or something, or +2.
That's so disgusting.
Yeah, because it's like you're shooting them, and then you pop in and you finish them with a glory kill.
If you won the combat, you get to go adjacent, and your next thing is +1?
Yeah, or something like that.
Okay. It's only attack?
Yeah.
Okay, maybe. Yeah.
But you're like a ranged fighter, but you want to be adjacent.
Right.
It's kind of cool, like a sort of Tomoe-like.
That was a blast. The Witcher's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Restoration Games, thank you.
Great job.
Subscribers, thank you. Likers and commenters, thank you.
Dude, we're so tired.
And as always, this is your captain signing off. That's O-Town, and we'll see you guys later.